Story 1. On my 22nd birthday, my mother handed me an envelope with a smile. Inside was an invoice for $380,000 labeled nourishment debt, every home-cooked meal $35, every snack $15, and $80 for takeout, since I was 6 years old. When I stared at her in shock, she grinned and said, "Pay up or I'm suing you." My father added, "And if you don't? Let's just say you won't enjoy your life." I just stayed quiet. That night, I packed my things and disappeared without a word. But 2 days later, I need to tell you something that sounds completely unhinged, but it's true. On my 22nd birthday, my parents handed me an invoice for $380,000. For food. For every meal they'd fed me since I was 6 years old. I'm not talking about a joke. Not some quirky family tradition wrapped in laughter and cake. I'm talking about a professionally printed, 16-page document with line items, dates, and prices. Breakfast, $12. Lunch, $15. Dinner, $35. Snacks ranged from $8 to $15 depending on whether it was an apple or a bag of chips. Takeout was $80. Restaurant meals, $120. And my mother who used to cut my sandwiches into triangles because she knew I liked them that way, had calculated her preparation labor at $25 per hour. The total sat at the bottom in bold, $380,340. When I looked up from that invoice, my mother was smiling. Not the warm smile I'd grown up with, the one that appeared when I brought home good grades or called her just to chat. This was different. Serene. Almost beatific. Like she'd just presented me with a gift instead of a bill that would take me 12 years to pay off. "We consulted a lawyer, sweetheart," she said, sliding a second document across the dining table. "Precedent exists for parental reimbursement in cases of adult financial capacity. You make $68,000 now. You can set up a payment plan." My father leaned forward, and the smell of whiskey on his breath cut through the pot roast aroma that had always meant home to me. "And if you don't," he said quietly, "let's just say you won't enjoy what comes next. We can make your life very uncomfortable. Legally and otherwise." I sat there holding that invoice, feeling the expensive cardstock under my fingers, because of course my mother had chosen heavy, formal paper for this, and I understood with sudden, crystalline clarity that my parents had stopped being my parents somewhere along the way. I just hadn't noticed when. "Is this a joke?" I heard myself ask. My voice sounded distant, like it was coming from underwater. My mother's smile never wavered. She pushed the payment schedule toward me, $2,500 a month for 12 years, with interest. I didn't argue. I didn't yell. I didn't cry, though part of me wanted to. I just said I needed time to think, gathered my jacket, and left. The pot roast sat on the table, uneaten. $35 worth of dinner I'd never touch again. That night, I went home to my studio apartment and started planning something they'd never see coming. Because here's the thing about growing up with a mother who obsessively tracked every expense and praised you for keeping detailed spreadsheets, you learn to be methodical. You learn to document everything. You learn that information is power. And I'd been learning from the best. Let me back up. I need you to understand what my life looked like before the invoice, because the contrast is important. Context matters when you're trying to explain how your family imploded. My name is Marcus Chen, and up until 2 months ago, I thought I had a pretty normal relationship with my parents. Sure, my mother made odd comments sometimes. "Do you know how many hours I worked for that soccer uniform?" Or "That's a $50 textbook you're highlighting," but I figured that was just her way of teaching financial responsibility. My father worked middle management at a manufacturing company, came home tired, had 2 drinks most nights but never seemed drunk. Standard suburban dad stuff. I visited every Sunday for dinner. It was tradition. My mother would cook these elaborate meals: roast chicken with herb butter, homemade pasta with 3 cheese sauce, pot roast that fell apart on your fork. She kept all her recipes on index cards in a decorative box labeled Family Legacy in her perfect cursive. I thought it was sweet. I'd graduated from state college 6 months earlier with a degree in accounting. Landed a junior analyst position at a mid-sized firm downtown. The pay was decent, $68,000, which felt like a fortune after years of ramen and textbook debt. I'd signed a lease on a studio apartment that ate most of my paycheck, but it was mine. My own space. Adult independence. 3 weeks before my birthday, I'd gotten a promotion. Small step up, but it came with a $15,000 signing bonus. I'd mentioned it casually over Sunday dinner, excited to share good news. The way my mother's eyes had gleamed should have warned me. But I missed it. I missed a lot of things, apparently. My younger sister Emma had stopped coming to Sunday dinners about 6 months before the invoice. When I'd asked why, she'd been evasive. "Just trust me, Mark. They're different now." I'd assumed it was typical teenage rebellion. She was 19, probably wanted to hang out with friends instead of listening to Dad's work stories. I hadn't pushed. Another mistake. Looking back now, I can see the warning signs lined up like dominoes. My mother photographing receipts obsessively, even old ones she'd pulled from storage boxes in the garage. When I'd asked about it, she'd said something vague about organizing for taxes. My father making weird comments about thinking about retirement differently and investments. The legal pad I'd spotted in the guest bathroom with calculations and the word precedent? Underlined 3 times. I'd explained it all away. Because they were my parents. Because people don't invoice their children. Because love isn't supposed to come with a price tag. Turns out I was wrong about that last part. The demand letter arrived 48 hours after my birthday dinner. I came home from work to find it in my mailbox, same heavy cardstock as the invoice, same formal presentation. My parents had hired an attorney. An actual attorney who'd written an actual legal letter referencing unjust enrichment and implied contract and demanding payment within 30 days or face civil litigation. My hand shook as I read it. The paper felt obscene, too thick, too expensive for something so cruel. I called my mother. She answered on the first ring. "Mom, what is this? What are you doing?" "Oh honey." Her voice was syrup sweet, the tone she'd used when I was 8 and didn't want to go to the dentist. "We're just protecting our interests. You understand. This is business." "Business? You're my mother. And you're an adult with financial capacity." The attorney explained everything. "This is completely legal, Marcus. We have every right to seek reimbursement for." I hung up. My heart was hammering so hard I thought I might pass out. For 3 days, I barely functioned. Went through the motions at work, came home, stared at my laptop screen. I consulted a lawyer during my lunch break, a junior attorney at a firm 2 blocks from my office. She looked over the invoice and the demand letter with increasingly furrowed eyebrows. "This is legally dubious at best," she finally said. "Parents can't just decide retroactively to charge their minor children for basic necessities. But here's the problem, fighting it could cost you $50,000 in legal fees. They're banking on you settling rather than going through the expense of litigation. So what do I do?" She'd given me a look I'd come to recognize over the following weeks. Pity mixed with professional distance. "That depends on how much you're willing to lose to prove you're right." That night, I discovered my parents had started their campaign in earnest. They'd contacted relatives, aunts, uncles, cousins I barely talked to, and framed the situation as me being ungrateful and refusing to honor family obligations. My Aunt Sarah, my mother's sister, called me screaming, "Your parents sacrificed everything for you. And this is how you repay them? By acting like they're trying to steal from you?" I tried to explain. She wouldn't listen. None of them would. My mother had also started posting on Facebook. Vague at first, feeling blessed to have raised such successful children, even when they forget where they came from. Then more pointed, "Sometimes I wonder if this generation understands the meaning of gratitude." The comments section filled with supportive messages from her friends, people I'd known my whole life. "You're such a good mother. Kids these days have no respect." I watched my reputation crumble in real time, narrated by the woman who'd taught me to ride a bike. But the worst part came a week later. I'd been keeping my head down at work, trying not to let the stress show. Then HR called me in. "Marcus, we've received some concerning communications from your parents. They're expressing worry about your mental state and financial stability." Heat flooded my face. "What? That's not, they're lying. We're having a family dispute, but I'm fine." The HR manager, a tired-looking woman named Patricia, nodded slowly. "I'm sure you are. But I need you to understand that we take these matters seriously. We're not taking any action right now, but we'll need to keep an eye on things. Make sure everything's stable." I left that meeting understanding exactly what my parents had done. They weren't just demanding money. They were building a narrative. Creating a story where I was the unstable one, the irresponsible one, the one who couldn't be trusted. If they pushed hard enough, made me desperate enough, I'd have to pay just to make it stop. It was brilliant, in a sick way. Methodical. Like something I might have planned, if I'd been the monster they were pretending I was. That night, I packed a bag and disappeared. Except I didn't really disappear. Not the way they thought. I moved in with Jake, a friend from college who lived 2 cities over. Told my work I had a family emergency and negotiated remote work for 2 weeks. They agreed, probably grateful to have me out of the office while HR figured out what to do with their concerning employee. My parents thought I'd run scared. That I was hiding, maybe breaking down, definitely too rattled to fight back. They had no idea I was already building my case. See, they'd taught me one thing really, really well: keep receipts. Document everything. Track every expense, every communication, every promise made and broken. My mother had drilled it into me since I was a kid. "A good spreadsheet," she used to say, "is worth more than a good memory." She was right. I started with the obvious: every text, every email, every voicemail they'd left since the birthday dinner. I backed everything up to 3 separate cloud services. Then I recorded every phone call, legal in my state with one-party consent, including the one where my father explicitly threatened to destroy my career if I didn't pay. But I didn't stop there. I went digging into their finances, using every trick I'd learned as an accounting student and every public record database I could access. And that's when things got interesting. My mother had owned a small business consulting firm 5 years ago. I'd known that, vaguely, she'd closed it and said she was ready for something new. What I hadn't known was that she'd closed it under suspicious circumstances. Unpaid vendor debts. Allegations of fraud that had been settled quietly out of court. The records were buried, but not buried enough. I called Emma for the first time in months. "Mark?" She sounded surprised. "Scared, maybe. Are you okay? I heard what happened. They tried this on you too, didn't they?" Silence. Then, "How did you know?" "Because I know them now. Really know them." She told me everything. How our parents had presented her with a smaller invoice 2 years ago, right after she'd started working part-time during college. $20,000 for educational support and supplementary expenses. When she'd refused, they'd cut her off completely. Told everyone she had a drug problem, that she was unstable and needed help. She'd had to drop out of school, move in with friends, rebuild her life from nothing. "I tried to warn you," she whispered. "But I didn't know how without sounding crazy." "I get it now," I said. "I need your help. Everything you remember, everything you still have from when they came after you. Can you send it to me?" "What are you planning?" "I'm going to do what they taught me. Keep score." For 3 weeks, I barely slept. Jake would find me at 3 in the morning, laptop glowing in the dark, spreadsheets and documents spread across his coffee table. "Man, you need to rest," he'd say. "I will. After." I compiled everything. Every threat, every Facebook post, every message to my employer. Emma sent me her documentation, texts where our mother had explicitly threatened to ruin her reputation if she didn't pay, emails to Emma's old boss claiming she was stealing. Provably false claims. Defamation in writing. I contacted 3 different vendors my mother's consulting firm had defrauded. 2 of them still had documentation. 1 was willing to make a statement. I pulled financial records showing my parents had refinanced their house twice in 3 years. Credit card debt totaling $185,000. They weren't planning retirement investments. They were drowning. The teaching financial responsibility story was garbage. They needed money, period. And they'd decided their adult son, their successful, employed, promotable son with that nice signing bonus, was going to be their life raft. By week 4, I had enough evidence to bury them. Then my mother made her big mistake. She posted the invoice on Facebook. Not the whole thing, just the first page, with my name partially visible, captioned, "When your child forgets who sacrificed everything." The post went viral. But not the way she intended. The comments started sympathetic, "You're such a strong mother. Ungrateful kids." Then someone screenshot it and posted it to Reddit. Then Twitter. Then it hit the local news cycle. "Parents sue adult son for childhood food" became a headline. Think pieces appeared. Hot takes multiplied. The overwhelming consensus: this was abusive. Financial elder abuse in reverse. Psychological manipulation. Monstrous. My mother deleted everything within 48 hours, but the internet is forever. Screenshots existed everywhere. Her name, my father's name, attached permanently to a story that painted them as exactly what they were. She called me 17 times that day. I didn't answer. My father left one voicemail, and I could hear the panic in his voice. "Marcus, please call us back. This is getting out of hand. We can fix this. We can talk." Too late. I sent everything I'd compiled to a criminal attorney. Not the one I'd consulted before, a specialist in financial crimes and extortion. She reviewed my evidence over a weekend and called me Monday morning. "Mr. Chen, this is airtight. Your parents have committed multiple felonies. Extortion, blackmail, filing false police reports." "Wait, when did they file a false police report?" "Last week," I said. "Claimed I stole family heirlooms when I moved out. I didn't. The police came to my work to question me." She swore softly. "That's another charge. Listen, I can have a letter to their attorney by end of business today. If you want to press charges, I can facilitate that too. Send the letter. Hold off on charges for now. I want to give them a chance to walk away." "You're kinder than I would be." "I'm not kind," I said. "I'm just tired." The letter went out that afternoon. 10 pages of evidence, legal analysis, and consequences. Attached documentation of every threat, every lie, every fraudulent claim. A cease and desist order. And a promise: if they continued any contact, any harassment, any attempt to damage my reputation or career, I would press criminal charges. All of them. The letter also included a full accounting of my mother's business fraud from 5 years ago, enough to trigger an IRS audit and potential prosecution. The final paragraph was simple: You taught your son to keep receipts. He kept all of yours too. My parents' attorney withdrew from the case within 72 hours. Sent a terse email stating they could no longer represent Linda and Richard Chen due to ethical conflicts and risk assessment. Translation: they'd realized their clients were screwed. My mother called that night. I answered this time. You had no right. She was screaming, really screaming, voice raw with tears and rage. We're your parents. We raised you. Everything we did was for you. You tried to extort me for $380,000. It wasn't extortion, it was, you threatened my job. You filed a false police report. You told everyone I was mentally unstable. You tried to destroy my entire life because I wouldn't pay you for the privilege of being born. We were desperate. The house, the debt, we thought you'd help. You're our son. And there it was. The truth stripped of all pretense. You could have asked, I said quietly. You could have been honest. Told me you were struggling. I would have helped. Instead, you tried to manipulate me. Coerce me. You made me into a transaction. My father got on the line. Marcus, please. We can fix this. We can go back to how things were. No, I said. We can't. Because I'll never trust you again. I'll never sit at your table without wondering if you're calculating what the meal costs. I'll never hug mom without thinking about what she thinks she's owed. You turned love into debt. There's no coming back from that. Don't do this, my father said. Don't throw away your family. You already did that. I'm just acknowledging it. I hung up. We met one final time, 3 weeks later. Public restaurant, neutral territory. Emma came with me as a witness. My parents looked terrible. My mother had aged a decade, makeup couldn't hide the dark circles, the way her hands shook on the water glass. My father wouldn't make eye contact, just stared at the table like he might find answers in the wood grain. We were desperate, my mother said again. It seemed to be her only defense. The debt, the house, we thought you'd just help us. You're our son. You could have asked for help, I repeated. Without the invoice. Without the threats. We didn't think you'd take it seriously unless we made it legal. Unless there were consequences. The twisted logic of it made my head hurt. So you tried to terrorize me into compliance. My father finally spoke. We raised you. We fed you, clothed you, paid for your education. That has to count for something. I'd prepared for this. Brought a single envelope. I slid it across the table. There's a check inside for $10,000. It's a gift. Not a payment. Not an obligation. Not an admission that you're owed anything. It's more than you deserve and less than you need, but it's what I can give without destroying myself. My mother opened the envelope with shaking hands. Stared at the check. Use it to start fixing your financial situation. Get actual help, credit counseling, budgeting, therapy. Whatever you need. But we're done. If you contact me again, calls, letters, social media, through relatives, anything, I file criminal charges. The police already have all the evidence. The DA is reviewing it. One more move from you and I press forward with everything. Emma touched my arm. Time to go. I stood. My mother started crying, really crying, the kind of broken sobs I remembered from my grandmother's funeral. My father reached for the check like it was a life preserver. I wanted to feel something. Triumph, maybe. Or righteous anger. Or even grief. Instead, I just felt empty. Goodbye, I said. We left. I didn't look back. The legal aftermath took another month to resolve. My parents' attorney, their new attorney, after the first one bailed, confirmed they were dropping all claims. The false police report was withdrawn, no charges filed against me. The DA reviewed my evidence about the extortion and decided it was borderline criminal but unlikely to result in conviction given complex family circumstances. My employer apologized profusely once HR saw everything I'd compiled. The flag on my file was removed. My boss took me to lunch and promised this wouldn't affect my career trajectory. Everyone kept using that phrase, you did everything right. But I didn't feel right. I felt gutted. The viral story eventually died down, replaced by newer scandals and fresher outrage. My parents' names faded from search results. They sold their house 3 months later, downsized to a small apartment in a cheaper part of town. I heard this from Emma, who'd reconnected with some old neighbors. My mother had apparently told people they were simplifying their lifestyle. The fiction was easier than the truth, I guess. 3 months after our final meeting, I received a letter. No return address. No note. Just a single recipe card inside. One from my mother's family legacy box. I recognized her handwriting immediately. The front had her pot roast recipe, the one I'd grown up smelling every Sunday. Rosemary, thyme, garlic. Brown the meat first, always. On the back, in smaller writing, I'm sorry I taught you to keep score. Love was supposed to be the one thing that didn't cost anything. Mom. I stared at that card for 20 minutes. Turned it over and over in my hands, feeling the paper, cheap notebook paper, nothing like the heavy cardstock of the invoice. Was that significant? Was the cheapness humility? Or just what she had available? I'd never know. She didn't call. Didn't follow up. Just sent the card and left me with it. I keep it in my desk drawer now. Haven't looked at it in weeks, but I know exactly where it is. Sometimes late at night I think about opening the drawer, reading those words again, trying to decode whether it was genuine remorse or one final manipulation. Then I leave it closed. Because I'm not sure I could handle the answer either way. 6 months out now. I'm still at the same firm. Got another promotion, actually, senior analyst. Dating someone casually. Her name is Rachel. She doesn't know the full story yet. I've told her I'm not close with my family, left it at that. She doesn't push. I go to therapy every Tuesday. My therapist, Dr. Shaw, is patient with my circular conversations. You did everything right, she tells me. You protected yourself. Enforced boundaries. Preserved evidence. You survived. Then why does surviving feel like losing? Because you had to sacrifice your family to save yourself. That's trauma, Marcus. That's moral injury. You're grieving not just what they did, but what it cost you to stop them. She's right, probably. But understanding something intellectually doesn't make it hurt less. I drive past my childhood home sometimes. Don't plan to, just end up there, muscle memory taking over. The maple tree still has the tire swing my father and I installed when I was 8. Took us all afternoon because we kept getting the height wrong. Mom brought us lemonade and laughed at our engineering debates. The kitchen light is always on in the evenings. I can almost smell the pot roast from the street. Almost hear the clatter of dishes being set for Sunday dinner. The smell used to mean love. Then it meant debt. Now it doesn't mean anything. And somehow that's worse than anger. I'll never have parents at my wedding. My future children won't have grandparents on my side, not ones they can meet, anyway. Holidays are quiet now, just Emma and me. Sometimes Jake joins us. We order takeout and watch movies and don't talk about the obvious absence. Emma's doing better. Re-enrolled in school part-time. She's studying psychology, which makes sense in a dark way. Might as well get a degree in what we already learned, she jokes. But sometimes I catch her doing it too, the thing I do. We'll be splitting a check at dinner and she'll get this look, this calculation in her eyes. Tracking who owes what. Making sure the balance is exactly even. We've both become the thing they accused us of, calculating. Transactional. Cold. Or maybe we were always this way. Maybe that's what they made us. Late at night, when I can't sleep, I open spreadsheets on my laptop. Not work ones. Personal expense tracking. Compulsively detailed. Every coffee, every grocery run, every streaming service subscription. I catch myself doing it and feel sick. Did they make me like this? Or was I always going to be someone who can't stop tallying, totaling, keeping score? Last week, Rachel asked if she could leave a toothbrush at my apartment. Such a small thing. A normal relationship progression. I said yes, obviously. But for a moment, just a moment, my brain calculated the cost. Water usage. Increased utility bills. Shelf space in the bathroom. I caught myself. Stopped the thought. Apologized to Rachel for spacing out. You okay? She asked. Yeah, I lied. Just tired. But that's the thing about learning to see everything as a transaction. You can't unlearn it. It rewires something fundamental in your brain. Now every gift feels like debt. Every kindness feels like obligation. Every relationship feels like a balance sheet waiting to tip into the red. My parents wanted me to understand the cost of raising me. Mission accomplished. Now I understand the cost of everything. And the value of nothing. Sometimes I pull out my journal, Dr. Shaw recommended keeping one, and try to write through the confusion. Last night's entry was simple. I paid for my freedom with my family. I still don't know if that was too much, or not nearly enough. The recipe card is still in my desk drawer. Right side, second from the back, underneath my tax documents. I could throw it away. Should throw it away, probably. It's just another manipulation, another way for her to get inside my head. But I keep it. Because some debts you can't calculate. Some invoices never close. And because part of me, the part that remembers being 8 years old and helping my father with that tire swing, the part that remembers my mother's lemonade and her laugh, part of me still wants to believe the apology was real. Even though I know better. Even though I know the cost of that kind of hope. I saw my mother once more after the letter. Not intentionally, I was leaving the grocery store and she was walking in. She saw me first. Froze in the automatic doorway until it started beeping at her to move. We stared at each other for maybe 5 seconds. Felt like an hour. She looked older. Smaller, somehow. Wearing a coat I didn't recognize, cheap department store, not the nice brands she used to insist on. Her hair was different too. gray showing through that she wasn't bothering to die anymore. She opened her mouth like she might speak. I waited. She closed it. Walked past me into the store. I stood there in the parking lot for 10 minutes after, groceries getting warm in my car. Couldn't make myself leave. Couldn't make myself go back inside either. Just stood there, frozen, calculating nothing. Dr. Shaw asked me yesterday what I wanted my life to look like 5 years from now. Happy, I said. Normal. Like none of this happened. That's not going to happen, she said gently. This did happen. It's part of your story now. Part of who you are. The question isn't whether you can erase it. The question is whether you can build something good anyway. I don't know. That's fair. But Marcus, you survived something designed to destroy you. Your parents weaponized your own kindness, your sense of obligation, your love for them. And you still came out the other side. That takes incredible strength. I don't feel strong. I feel broken. Those aren't mutually exclusive. Emma called me last week. Said she'd been contacted by a journalist doing a story on financial abuse within families. The reporter wanted to interview us, document our case, maybe help other people recognize the pattern. What do you think? Emma asked. Should we do it? I don't know. Would it help? Maybe. If someone else sees their family in our story. Realizes they're not crazy. That they're not alone. I thought about the recipe card in my drawer. The tire swing in the yard. The smell of pot roast that would always mean something complicated and painful now. Let me think about it, I told her. I'm still thinking. Here's what I know for certain. I did the right thing. I protected myself. I gathered evidence, enforced boundaries, and refused to be extorted. I gave them a chance to walk away. I even gave them money they didn't deserve, one final gift without strings attached. I did everything right, but doing the right thing doesn't mean it feels right. It doesn't mean I don't wake up some mornings and wonder what would have happened if I'd just paid. If I'd set up that payment plan, $2,500 a month, sure, it would have destroyed my finances, sure, I'd have been broke for years, but maybe I'd still have parents. Maybe we'd still have Sunday dinners. Maybe I wouldn't feel like I'm calculating the cost of every human interaction. Then I remember the invoice. The threats. The lies they told about me. The false police report. The systematic destruction of my reputation. The look in my mother's eyes when she handed me that bill, serene, certain, justified. And I know I didn't have a choice. Not really. You can't build a relationship on extortion. You can't love someone who treats you like a debtor. But knowing that doesn't make it hurt less. Last night, I dreamed about the tire swing. My father and I were in the yard, younger versions of ourselves. The sun was setting and the mosquitoes were coming out and Mom was in the kitchen making dinner. We couldn't get the rope right, it kept twisting, getting uneven. We'd hoist one side up and the other would drop. Dad was laughing. Maybe we're not engineers after all, buddy. We'll figure it out, Dream Me said. We always do. We worked on it for hours in the dream. Never finished. Just kept adjusting, measuring, trying again. I woke up and my face was wet. This is the part where I'm supposed to tell you I'm okay now. That I've moved on. That time heals all wounds and I've found peace. I haven't. I'm functional. I go to work. I pay my bills. I'm good at my job, great, even. My boss just told me I'm on track for another promotion. I date. I have friends. I laugh sometimes. I have a normal life, by most measures. But there's this hollow space inside me where my family used to be. And I can't fill it with career success or new relationships or therapy breakthroughs or anything else I've tried. Sometimes I wonder if my parents feel it too. If my mother lies awake wondering how we got here. If my father drives past places we used to go together and feels that same hollow ache. Or if they've moved on completely. Built a new narrative where I'm the villain who abandoned them. Where they're the victims of an ungrateful son. Where the invoice was reasonable and I'm the one who overreacted. I'll never know. Because we don't talk anymore. Because that door is closed. Because I closed it to survive. The recipe card is still in my drawer. Some nights I almost open it. Almost read those words again. Love was supposed to be the one thing that didn't cost anything. But I leave it closed. Because I know now that love always costs something. Time. Energy. Vulnerability. Trust. The question isn't whether love has a price. The question is whether the price is one you choose to pay, or one that's extracted from you with threats and invoices. My parents taught me to keep score. They just didn't expect me to be better at it than they were. And now we're all living with the total. $380,340. Paid in full. In blood, not money. The invoice is settled. The debt is cleared. So why do I still feel like I owe them something? Rachel broke up with me 3 weeks ago. I didn't see it coming, which is stupid because I track everything else in my life with obsessive precision. But I missed the signs. The way she'd started suggesting we go out more instead of cooking at my place. How she'd stopped leaving her things at my apartment. The careful distance in her voice when she said we need to talk. We were at her place. She'd made coffee, good coffee, the expensive kind she ordered online. Set out 2 mugs on her kitchen table. Sat down across from me with this look on her face that I recognized. Sad but resolved. Like she'd already made the decision and was just going through the motions of telling me. I care about you, she started. I really do. But Marcus, you're not present. Not really. Even when you're here, you're somewhere else. And I can't compete with ghosts. I don't know what you mean. Yes, you do. She wrapped her hands around her mug. You won't tell me about your family. You won't let me meet your friends. You calculate everything, who pays for what, who owes who, down to the dollar. Last week I bought you a book I thought you'd like, and you immediately offered to pay me back. It was a gift, Marcus. A $20 gift. But you couldn't just accept it. I was trying to be fair. No. You were trying to avoid being indebted. There's a difference. She took a breath. I think something bad happened with your family. I don't know what. But until you deal with it, until you actually process whatever this is, you're not going to be able to be in a real relationship. Not with me. Not with anyone. She was right. I knew she was right. But I couldn't make myself say it. I'm sorry, I finally managed. I know. I'm sorry too. I left with my coffee unfinished. Drove home in a daze. Texted Emma, Rachel broke up with me. She called immediately. What happened? I'm broken and she figured it out. You're not broken. You're healing. There's a difference. Doesn't feel like it. Emma sighed. That journalist I mentioned? The one doing the story on financial abuse? She reached out again. Says more families are coming forward with similar stories. She wants to do a whole series. Thinks our case could help define the issue, make it easier for victims to recognize what's happening. I don't want to be the poster child for family dysfunction. I know. But maybe talking about it would help. Maybe it would help you, specifically. Because Marcus, you can't keep living like this. You can't let them take away your entire future just because they tried to steal your past. I'll think about it. But I didn't think about it. I buried myself in work instead. My next promotion came with a corner office and a salary bump that would have made 22-year-old me weep with relief. My boss, David, took me out for drinks to celebrate. You're one of the best analysts I've ever worked with, he told me. Meticulous. Thorough. Nothing gets past you. Thanks. But Marcus, and I'm saying this as someone who likes you, not just as your boss, you need to learn when good enough is good enough. You're grinding yourself down checking and rechecking things that don't need it. Staying late when the work's already done. It's like you don't trust your own judgment anymore. I stared at my drink. Whiskey, neat. My father's drink. Just something to think about, David said gently. Success is meaningless if you destroy yourself getting there. I thought about the tire swing again. My father and me, adjusting and readjusting, never satisfied it was right. Never quite trusting we'd done enough. Maybe I'd inherited more from him than I thought. The 1-year anniversary of the invoice came and went. I didn't mark it. Didn't acknowledge it. Just another Sunday in October, ordinary as any other. But Emma sent me a text, thinking about you today. We survived. That counts for something. I typed and deleted 3 different responses. Finally settled on, yeah. It does. That night, I opened the desk drawer. Took out the recipe card. Read it again for the first time in months. I'm sorry I taught you to keep score. Love was supposed to be the one thing that didn't cost anything. My hand was shaking. I noticed it distantly, like I was watching someone else's hand tremble. What if she meant it? What if this was real remorse? What if my mother was lying awake, just like me, wondering if there was a way back from what she'd done? I pulled out my phone. Stared at her contact. Mom. With the little heart emoji I'd never updated. My thumb hovered over the call button. Then I remembered the invoice. The threats. The false police report. The systematic destruction of my reputation. The look in her eyes when she'd handed me that bill, serene, justified, certain she was owed. And I put the phone down. Because even if the apology was real, it didn't erase what she'd done. It didn't rebuild trust that had been systematically demolished. It didn't fix the part of me that now flinched at every gift, calculated the cost of every kindness, and couldn't stop keeping score even when I desperately wanted to. Some things break so completely they can't be repaired. They can only be mourned. I agreed to talk to the journalist. Emma was right, I couldn't keep carrying this alone. Maybe speaking about it would help someone else recognize the pattern. Maybe it would help me stop circling the same thoughts at 3 a.m. Her name was Lisa Chen, no relation, pure coincidence. She met me at a coffee shop downtown. Mid-40s, kind eyes, the sort of person who made you feel like she actually cared about the answer when she asked how you were doing. Thank you for agreeing to this, she said, setting up her recorder. I know it's not easy. But I think your story could really help people. That's what my sister said. She's right. Since I started researching this series, I've heard from dozens of families dealing with similar dynamics. Parents weaponizing debt, real or invented. Using guilt and obligation as weapons. Most victims don't even realize it's abuse because it's framed as responsibility. As paying back what you owe. That's exactly what my mother said. That it was just business. Financial responsibility. Lisa nodded. It's a particularly insidious form of abuse because it exploits the one relationship that's supposed to be unconditional. You can walk away from a romantic partner or a friend who mistreats you. But parents? That's harder. The guilt runs deeper. The obligation feels different. We talked for 3 hours. I told her everything, the invoice, the threats, the viral Facebook post, the evidence I'd compiled. The final meeting. The recipe card I still couldn't throw away. Do you regret how you handled it? She asked near the end. I considered that. No. I did what I had to do to protect myself. But I regret that I had to do it at all. I regret that my parents put me in a position where destroying our relationship was the only way to survive. That's not on you, Marcus. That's on them. I know that intellectually. But knowing something and feeling it are different things. The article came out 2 weeks later. Lisa had changed my name, called me Michael instead of Marcus, altered identifying details. But anyone who knew the real story would recognize it. The response was overwhelming. The article got picked up nationally. Comments flooded in, hundreds, then thousands. People sharing their own stories of financial abuse, parental manipulation, families that treated love like a transaction. Some comments were from parents who'd done similar things, trying to justify it. Kids these days are so entitled. They need to understand sacrifice. Those made me feel sick. But most were from people who'd experienced it. Who understood. Who said, "Thank you for speaking up and I thought I was crazy and this helped me see what my family was doing to me." Emma called, crying. Did you see the comments? All those people? We helped them, Mark. We actually helped. Yeah, I said. My voice was rough. Yeah, we did. For the first time in a year, I felt like maybe the pain had a purpose. Maybe turning my family into a cautionary tale meant someone else wouldn't have to live through the same thing. It didn't fix me. But it helped. My parents saw the article. I know because my Aunt Sarah, the one who'd screamed at me a year ago about gratitude, called to apologize. I didn't know, she said. Your mother told us you'd refuse to help them financially. She made it sound like they'd just asked for support and you'd cut them off. She never mentioned an invoice. Never mentioned threats. The way she described it made me sound like the villain. Yes. And I believed her. I'm so sorry, Marcus. I should have asked your side. I should have questioned why you'd do something so out of character. It's okay. It's not. But thank you for saying so. For what it's worth, I tried to reach out to your mother after the article. She won't talk to me. She's very isolated now. Her and Richard both. Good, I almost said. But that felt too cruel. How are they doing? Financially, I mean. I don't know. She won't say. But I think they're managing. Barely. After we hung up, I sat with that information. My parents were isolated. Struggling. Living with the consequences of their choices. I didn't feel triumphant. Just sad. Dr. Shaw and I had been working on something she called radical acceptance. The idea that you can't change the past, can't force reconciliation, can't make people understand what they did wrong. You can only accept reality as it is and build your life around it. Your parents made their choices, she told me. You made yours. Both sets of choices have consequences. You can't carry their consequences for them. That's not your burden. But they're my parents. They're also adults who chose to extort their child. Those things can both be true. I've been seeing Dr. Shaw for over a year now. Some sessions I barely talked, just sat there staring at her office wall. Other times I couldn't stop talking, words spilling out in a rush of anger and grief and confusion. She never rushed me. Never told me I should be over it by now. Just sat with me in the mess of it all. I keep waiting to stop feeling this way, I told her one session. Waiting for the day when I wake up and it doesn't hurt anymore. When I can think about my childhood without wondering if any of it was real. It was real, she said. The love was real, even if it was conditional in ways you didn't understand. The good memories happened, even if they're tainted now. You can hold both truths at once, that your parents loved you, and that they also hurt you terribly. Those aren't mutually exclusive. It feels like they should be. I know. But life is messy. People are complicated. Your parents did something unforgivable. And they also raised you, taught you things, gave you good memories. Both things exist. You don't have to choose one narrative and stick to it. That conversation shifted something in me. Gave me permission to be angry about what they'd done without erasing the years before. To miss them without forgiving them. To grieve what I'd lost while knowing I'd made the right choice. I started dating again. Nothing serious, just coffee dates, casual dinners, trying to remember how to be a person who didn't calculate every interaction. There was Sarah, a teacher who talked about her students with genuine warmth. I liked her, but I couldn't stop analyzing whether her kindness was manipulation. We went on 3 dates before she gently suggested I wasn't ready. Then Marcus, yes, same name, the irony wasn't lost on me, who worked in IT and made terrible jokes. He asked me out for drinks after we met at a friend's party. I had fun, genuinely fun, until he offered to pay for my drink and I immediately calculated whether that created an obligation. He never called me back. Emma set me up with her friend Tom. He's nice. Stable. Has his life together. Tom was all those things. He was also boring, but maybe boring was what I needed. Someone uncomplicated. Someone who wouldn't trigger my hypervigilance. We dated for 2 months. He never pressed me about my family. Never demanded more than I could give. It was easy, comfortable, safe. It also felt like nothing. When I ended it, Tom took it well. You're not really here, you know? It's like you're going through the motions but your mind is somewhere else. I'm working on it. I know. I hope you get there. He smiled, kind even in rejection. You deserve to be happy, Marcus. You just have to let yourself. The second anniversary came. This time I acknowledged it. Took the day off work. Drove to the lake where my family used to camp when I was a kid. It was cold, late October, most of the trees already bare. I walked the trails we used to hike, stood on the dock where my father taught me to fish, sat at the picnic table where my mother used to set out elaborate lunches that I now knew cost exactly $45 to prepare. I cried for the first time in months. Not the silent tears that sometimes caught me off guard, but real crying. Sobbing into my hands like a kid. I cried for the family we used to be. For Sunday dinners that meant love instead of debt. For the father who'd helped me with that tire swing. For the mother who'd cut my sandwiches into triangles. I cried for the son I used to be, the one who didn't calculate every interaction, who didn't flinch at gifts, who could accept love without tallying the cost. And I cried because I knew I could never be that person again. When I was done, I felt hollow but clean. Like I'd purged something poisonous. I drove home as the sun was setting. Stopped at a grocery store. Bought ingredients without checking prices. Made pot roast for the first time since the invoice. It smelled exactly like my mother's. I'd used her recipe, the one from the card in my drawer. I ate alone at my kitchen table. It tasted like memory and grief and something that might eventually become acceptance. Emma got engaged. Her boyfriend, girlfriend, actually, she'd been avoiding the conversation with our parents for years, proposed on Christmas Eve. They called me together, voices overlapping with excitement. Will you walk me down the aisle? Emma asked. Since Dad won't be there. Of course. I'd be honored. After we hung up, I sat with the weight of that. I was standing in for our father at my sister's wedding. Playing a role he should have filled. Would have filled, if he hadn't chosen money over his children. Part of me wanted to reach out to them. Tell them about Emma's engagement. Give them a chance to be part of this moment. But I knew what would happen. They'd make it about them. About how we'd abandoned them. About how ungrateful we were. They'd find a way to turn Emma's joy into their grievance. So I didn't call. I let them miss out. And I felt guilty for feeling relieved about it. The wedding was beautiful. Small, intimate. Just close friends and Emma's partner's family. I walked her down the aisle and didn't think about my father until the moment I placed her hand in her partner's. Then it hit me all at once, he should be here. Our mother should be crying in the front row. This should be a family moment. Instead, it was just us. The survivors. At the reception, Emma gave a toast. To my brother Marcus, she said, raising her glass. Who taught me that family isn't just blood. It's the people who show up for you. Who protect you. Who love you without keeping score. I cried. Again. Seemed like all I did these days was cry. But these were good tears. Cleaner tears. After the wedding, after everyone had left and Emma and her new wife had driven away to their honeymoon, I sat in my hotel room and thought about love without price tags. Maybe I could learn that again. Maybe Rachel had been wrong, maybe I wasn't too broken for real relationships. Maybe I just needed to find someone patient enough to help me remember how. Or maybe I needed to learn how to be whole on my own first. I still have the recipe card. Still in my drawer. But I've started using the recipe. Making pot roast on Sundays. Sometimes for myself. Sometimes when Emma visits. Once for a dinner party with friends, who all said it was the best thing they'd ever tasted. Family recipe, I told them. And it was. Just not the family I have anymore. The smell doesn't hurt as much now. It's becoming mine. Separate from them. A skill I learned, a tradition I'm remaking on my own terms. I'll never know if my mother's apology was real. I'll never know if she understands what she took from me. I'll never know if there could have been another way, some path where we all survived intact. But I'm learning to live with not knowing. Learning that some questions don't have answers. Some debts can't be calculated. Some invoices close without resolution. I paid for my freedom with my family. Some days that feels like too much. Other days it feels like the only choice I had. Most days, I'm just trying to figure out how to live with what remains. The invoice is settled. The debt is cleared. And slowly, painfully, I'm learning what it means to love without keeping score. Story 2.
My mother said I'd never make it as a singer, but when I got a record deal at 17, she smiled and said, "Congratulations, dear. I always knew you'd make it." 2 weeks later, the night before I was supposed to leave for LA, I woke up choking. She stood over me, clutching an empty bottle, grinning. It was an accident, I swear. The doctors said it was bleach. Said I'd never speak again. A month later, I woke up to 99 plus missed calls and a voicemail from her saying, "You've gone too far. Call me back now. Look, I need to tell you something, and you're probably going to think I'm lying. Or crazy. Maybe both." When I woke up at 3 in the morning with my throat on fire and my lungs filling with acid, my mother was standing over my bed holding an empty bottle of Clorox, smiling like she just tucked me in for the night. "It was an accident," she said, so calm you'd think she was explaining why dinner was late. "I swear, baby. You were having a nightmare. I was trying to give you water. That was 2 months ago. I was 17, 2 weeks away from moving to LA for a record deal that was supposed to change my life. Now I can barely whisper, and my mom's been calling me nonstop, 99 plus missed calls yesterday alone, leaving voicemails that start sweet and end with her hissing, 'You've gone too far. Call me back now.' But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me back up, because the really messed up part? I never saw it coming. My childhood was beige. That's the best way I can describe it. Not terrible, not magical, just kind of there, like elevator music you stop noticing after a while. My mom, Linda, worked double shifts as a dental hygienist, came home smelling like latex gloves and mint, heated up whatever was in the freezer, and spent most evenings on her phone scrolling through Facebook with her face lit up blue in the dark. She never hit me. Never screamed. She was just absent, even when she was sitting 3 feet away. My dad left when I was 3. I don't remember him, just this one Polaroid of him holding a guitar, grinning at whoever was behind the camera, not at me in his arms, but past me, like I was just something in the way of the shot. Mom kept it in a drawer. Sometimes I'd find her staring at it with this expression I couldn't read, somewhere between longing and rage. "You have his selfishness," she told me once when I was 14 and asked if I could take guitar lessons. She said it so casually, like she was commenting on my hair color. Then she went back to scrolling. I started singing in my room with the door closed, using a hairbrush as a microphone like some cliché from a movie. At school I was invisible, not bullied, not popular, just there. I had maybe 3 real friends, the kind you sit with at lunch but don't tell your secrets to. On weekends I worked at this frozen yogurt place called Sweet Swirl, where the air always smelled like artificial strawberry and bleach cleaner. My manager Derek was 23, just out of college, and the only person who ever told me I had talent. He had a home studio in his apartment, nothing fancy, just a laptop and a microphone he'd saved up for, and he let me record demos after shifts sometimes. There was this moment, this one specific moment, where our hands brushed reaching for the same cable and we both just froze. Neither of us said anything. He was dating someone anyway, I think. But the moment was there, humming between us like a guitar string you'd plucked and couldn't unpluck. I uploaded covers to YouTube. Got maybe 200 views each, mostly from family friends Mom had guilted into watching. I told myself that was fine, that I was being realistic, that dreams were for people who could afford them. And then Derek sent one of my demos to someone he knew, who sent it to someone else, and 3 months later I got a call from an A&R rep at this indie label based in LA's small operation, nothing fancy. But real. They wanted to sign me, bring me out to record an EP, see what happened. I remember standing in the Sweet Swirl parking lot holding my phone, frozen yogurt melting in the summer heat inside, and just not believing it. Not letting myself believe it. When I told Mom that night over microwaved lasagna, I expected her to tell me it was unrealistic. That I needed to think about community college. That the music industry was full of predators and I was too naive to survive it. Instead, she went completely still. Her fork stopped halfway to her mouth. For 5 full seconds she just stared at me, And I couldn't read her expression at all, it was like looking at a mannequin. Then she smiled. "Congratulations, dear. I always knew you'd make it." I actually laughed, nervous and relieved. "You did? Mom, you've never even heard me sing." "Of course I have," she said, and took a bite of lasagna. "You think these walls are soundproof?" I hugged her. She stood rigid in my arms, but she patted my back twice, mechanical, and I told myself that was just how she showed affection. That she was proud in her way. That night I couldn't sleep, too wired, too terrified, too excited. Around midnight I heard Mom's voice through the wall, low and sharp. She was on the phone with someone. I pressed my ear to the drywall. "Not happening, I'm telling you." Pause. "I won't allow it." Pause. "She doesn't understand what she's giving up. She doesn't understand anything." I pulled away from the wall, pulse hammering. Told myself I'd misheard. That she was talking about something else. Someone else. But I didn't sleep that night. I just lay there staring at the ceiling, listening to the house settle, feeling like something was shifting under my feet that I couldn't see or name. The next 2 weeks blurred together. I gave my notice at Sweet Swirl. Derek threw me a little going-away party with gas station cupcakes and a congrats balloon. My 3 friends signed a card. Mom was pleasant, helpful even. She went with me to buy suitcases at Target, helped me figure out what clothes to pack, printed out my flight itinerary and pinned it to the fridge. But I kept noticing little things. The locked filing cabinet in her bedroom was always locked, but now when I walked past it I felt her watching me, tracking whether I looked at it. The orange prescription bottles in the bathroom cabinet multiplied, Ambien, Xanax, something else I didn't recognize. When I asked if she was okay, she said, "I'm fine. Just having trouble sleeping." "Are you sleeping okay?" The way she asked it made my skin crawl for reasons I couldn't articulate. At dinner 3 nights before my flight, she told me about a friend's daughter. Chased fame in Nashville. Ended up on substances, sold everything she had, came crawling back. Her mother died while she was gone. Never got to say goodbye. Just destroyed her whole life for a dream that didn't want her back. She said it all looking at her plate, cutting her chicken into smaller and smaller pieces. "That's sad," I said, because I didn't know what else to say. "Worse than sad," Mom said. "Worse than dead, really. At least death is over." The last night, the night before my 6 a.m. flight, I went to bed early. Needed to sleep, needed to be rested. I triple-checked my suitcases, charged my phone, set 3 alarms. Mom kissed my forehead, which she almost never did. Her lips were cold. "I'm proud of you," she whispered. I fell asleep believing her. I woke up drowning. That's what it felt like, drowning on dry land, lungs filling with something thick and burning, throat closing up like someone had shoved steel wool down my windpipe. I tried to scream but nothing came out except this wet, choking gurgle that didn't sound human. The hallway light was on. Mom's silhouette filled my doorway, and as my eyes adjusted through the tears and panic I saw she was holding a bottle. Empty. Clorox. The label was facing me like she wanted me to see it. She was smiling. Not a cruel smile, not a satisfied smile. Just serene? Peaceful. Like she'd finished folding the laundry. "It was an accident," she said in this lullaby voice. "I swear, baby. You were having a nightmare. I was trying to give you water. You know how you get when you're anxious." I clawed at my throat. Couldn't breathe. Couldn't think. The pain was, I can't even describe it. Imagine swallowing broken glass soaked in gasoline and lit on fire. Then imagine that fire spreading down into your lungs, eating through tissue, making every cell scream. I remember reaching for my phone on the nightstand. Mom picked it up first. "Let's not overreact," she said gently. "Let's just see if you feel better in a minute." The world tilted. Went gray. The last thing I heard before I passed out was her calling 911, crying into the phone, "Please help, my daughter's done something terrible, I think she tried to, please hurry." The ICU smelled like antiseptic and failure. I woke up with a tube down my throat and my hands restrained to the bed rails, standard protocol for suicide attempts, the nurse told me later. My chart said I'd ingested household bleach. Chemical burns to my esophagus, trachea, and vocal cords. The damage was severe. They'd had to intubate me, flush my system, pump me full of corticosteroids and antibiotics. "We're not sure about long-term recovery," the doctor said, this tired-looking woman with kind eyes. "Speech may never return fully." Singing. She trailed off, shook her head. Mom was there. red-eyed, holding my hand, squeezing it like she was trying to keep me tethered to the world. When the doctor stepped out, she leaned close and whispered, "I'm so sorry, baby. I should have seen the signs. I should have known you were struggling." I tried to pull my hand away. Couldn't. The restraints. She showed the doctors my phone, that she'd taken from my nightstand. Showed them the search history, how to die without pain. Peaceful suicide methods. Celebrities who ended it young. I stared at that screen and my brain just fractured. Because I'd never searched for those things. Never. I'd been researching LA neighborhoods and vocal warm-ups and what to expect in a recording studio. Maya's been under a lot of pressure, Mom told them, dabbing her eyes with a tissue. This record deal, it was so sudden. I think she couldn't handle the anxiety. She keeps cleaning supplies under her bed, she has these late-night rituals. I thought it was just quirks, but now I realize she was spiraling. The doctors nodded. Made notes. A social worker appeared with a clipboard and kind, tired questions. "Do you feel safe at home?" I couldn't answer. Still intubated. "Do you have thoughts of harming yourself?" I shook my head violently. Tried to grab the pen from her hand to write, but my coordination was shot from whatever drugs they had me on. "It's okay," she said. "You're safe now. You're going to get help." They kept me on suicide watch for 4 days. When they finally removed the tube and I could whisper, this raw, broken sound that didn't resemble my voice at all, I told them, "My mother did this." The social worker patted my hand. "Honey, I know you're angry. But your mother saved your life. She called 911 immediately. She's been here every single day. She poisoned me." "Maya." The social worker's voice went firm, "The way you talk to a child throwing a tantrum. Your talk screen showed high levels of Ambien in your system. Did you take sleeping pills that night?" "No. I don't. I've never taken. It's common for people in crisis to not remember. Memory gaps are part of the trauma response." I started crying. Not because I was sad. Because I was trapped. Because I realized, with this sick certainty, that no one was going to believe me. Derek came to visit on day 6. He brought grocery store flowers and this stricken look on his face, like he was visiting a funeral. Mom intercepted him in the hallway first. I watched through the door window as she showed him something on her phone, probably the fake search history. When he came in, he sat in the visitor chair and wouldn't meet my eyes. "Maya," he said quietly. "Why didn't you tell me you were struggling?" "I wasn't. Derek, your mom showed me. The things you were looking up. If you were having doubts about LA, we could have talked. You didn't have to do this." "I didn't do this." My voice cracked, barely audible. "Derek, please." "She drugged me. She poured bleach down my throat. She's been planning this, I think she..." He looked so uncomfortable. So pitying. Okay, Maya. Let's just focus on you getting better." He left after 10 minutes. That night, a nurse I hadn't seen before came to check my vitals. She was older, Filipino, with this no-nonsense energy. While she was adjusting my force, she said, very quietly, "Your talk screen showed Ambien. A lot of it. Did you take sleeping pills that night?" "No," I whispered. She looked at me for a long moment. Then nodded. "That's what I thought." "What do you mean?" "I mean..." She glanced at the door. "I mean that level of Ambien, you would have had to take 8 or 9 pills. And you wouldn't have been able to swallow bleach after. You'd have been unconscious. Someone would have had to." She stopped. "I've seen this before. Made a report once, for a patient like you. Nothing came of it. Family is very convincing." My heart was hammering. "Can you tell the doctors? I'll put it in my notes." "But honey, I've been a nurse for 30 years. Unless you have proof, unless you have a confession." She shook her head. "I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry." She left. I lay there in the dark, listening to machines beep, and understood, I was completely alone in this. They discharged me after 10 days. Record deal officially withdrawn. I got the email on my mom's laptop, very professional, very sorry, wishing me the best in my recovery. Translation: we don't want the liability. Mom quit one of her jobs to take care of me full-time. To the doctors, the social worker, Derek, the few people who knew what happened, she was a saint. Devoted. Selfless. At home, she made me soft foods, applesauce, pudding, overcooked pasta. She managed my medications, drove me to follow-up appointments, slept on the couch so she could hear if I needed her in the night. She also played my old YouTube videos on her laptop at full volume while I tried to sleep, my ruined voice echoing through the house like a ghost of someone I used to be. She left my pain medication just out of reach on the counter, so I'd have to ask her for help. Have to need her. She whispered things. Little comments, delivered so gently they almost sounded loving. You'll thank me one day. I saved you from yourself. You don't understand it yet, but you will. I kept you safe. She took my phone for my mental health. No social media, no texting. Just her. I started feeling like I was going insane. Like maybe I really had done this to myself and just couldn't remember. The gaslighting was surgical, precise. She never yelled, never threatened. She was just always there, always watching, always gently correcting my version of reality until I couldn't tell up from down. 2 weeks after I came home, Mom went to work, her remaining job, mornings only. I waited 10 minutes after she left, then grabbed her laptop from the kitchen counter. Her search history wasn't cleared. How to make death look like suicide. 3 weeks before the incident. Bleach ingestion symptoms. Survivability. Can voice damage be permanent? Ambient dosage for deep sleep. I took screenshots with trembling hands. Then I kept digging. Found her email. Found draft messages to the record label from a fake account, pretending to be me. I don't think I'm ready. I need more time. I'm having mental health issues. Found a thread with someone named Dr. Patricia Vance, her therapist, I realized. Mom had been in therapy for 6 months, which I'd never known. The messages were careful, vague, but I could read between the lines. Maya is showing concerning attachment issues. She's talking about leaving. I'm worried about what I might do if she goes. The therapist kept suggesting coping strategies. Mom kept circling back to the same thing: she can't leave. I won't survive it. I was going to throw up. I closed the laptop, locked myself in the bathroom, and stared at my reflection, this hollow-eyed stranger with a voice like broken gravel. Then I heard the front door open. Mom was home early. Maya? She called. I forgot my lunch. Where are you, sweetie? I flushed the toilet for cover, washed my hands, came out trying to look normal. She was standing in the kitchen holding her laptop. She looked at me. Looked at the screen. Back to me. Were you looking at something? She asked pleasantly. No. Just. Bathroom. She smiled. Set the laptop down. Opened it, clicked a few things, nodded. Good. Just checking. You know how paranoid I get. She packed her lunch. Kissed my forehead. Left. I stood there shaking for 20 minutes before I could move. I found the filing cabinet unlocked 2 days later. Maybe she forgot. Maybe she wanted me to find it. I don't know. Inside, journals. Dozens of them, going back 20 years. The early ones were about my father. Marcus. Page after page of obsessive, circular entries. He loves me. He doesn't love me. He loves the music more. If he leaves, I'll die. I can't let him go. I won't survive without him. Then entries from 19 years ago. Marcus is going to Nashville for 6 months. Session work. He says it's temporary. I know it's not. I'm pregnant and he's leaving. He's choosing music over his family. He's exactly like his father. Selfish. Cruel. He's not coming back. He sent divorce papers. He's in love with someone else, some singer he met at a studio. He's giving up everything for a chance at something bigger. I hope he dies. I hope his car goes off a bridge. I hope he never makes another sound. The entry after that, Marcus died. Car accident, drunk driver. The other woman was with him. Both gone. I should feel something. Relief? Grief? I just feel calm. Like I manifested it. Like my hatred was strong enough to reach across state lines and stop his heart. But now I'm alone with her. With Maya. And she looks exactly like him. Sounds like him. Acts like him. She's him reincarnated, and I'm tied to her forever. My hands were shaking so hard I almost dropped the journal. I kept reading. Entries about my childhood. Maya sings in her room constantly. I can't listen to it. It sounds like him. Like he's haunting me. She asked about guitar lessons. His guitar. His selfishness. I said no. I'll always say no. She's 17 now. Uploading videos. Talking about dreams. She's going to leave me just like he did. I can't survive it again. I have to protect her. I have to protect myself. I have to make her need me the way she should have always needed me. The last entry, dated a week before the incident, the record deal is real. She's leaving. I've tried reasoning with her, tried explaining what she's throwing away, but she doesn't listen. She's selfish, just like him. I can't let this happen. I've looked into options. There are ways to make someone stay without them knowing you're the one keeping them. Accidents happen. Voices break. People need their mothers. I closed the journal. Sat there on her bedroom floor, surrounded by evidence of 2 decades of obsession and delusion. She hadn't tried to kill me. She tried to trap me. To break me down into someone who couldn't leave. Who'd need her forever. Who'd never be able to sing my way into a life that didn't include her. The front door opened downstairs. Mom was home. I shoved the journals back, closed the cabinet, ran to my room, locked the door. Maya? She called. I brought Chinese food. Your favorite. I didn't answer. Just sat with my back against the door, breathing hard, trying to figure out what the heck to do with the information that my mother had deliberately maimed me out of love. I started pretending. It felt like the only move I had. I came out of my room, ate the Chinese food, told her thank you. Over the next few days I acted grateful. Compliant. I said things like, "You were right about LA, it was a stupid dream." I wasn't ready. She softened. Started trusting me again. Started leaving me alone for longer stretches when she went to work. I used that time to get to the library 3 blocks away. Used their computers. Reached out to Derek through Instagram DMs from a fake account. "It's Maya. I need to talk to you. In person. Urgent." He met me at a coffee shop near the library. I'd walked there, paranoid that Mom had somehow put a tracker on me. When he saw me, thin, pale, still barely able to speak above a whisper, his face went through about 6 different emotions. "Maya, what?" "She did it," I said. Pulled out my phone, the old phone I'd managed to smuggle out of Mom's dresser drawer, and showed him the screenshots. The search history. The journals. All of it. He read in silence. When he looked up, his eyes were wet. "I'm so sorry," he said. "I should have believed you. I should have. I need help. I need to get this to someone who can do something about it." He knew a lawyer. Called in a favor. We met with her 2 days later. The lawyer, Sandra, mid-40s, sharp-eyed, listened to everything. Looked at the evidence. Then leaned back in her chair and sighed. "This is hard," she said. "I'm not going to lie. The planted search history, the hospital's suicide determination, your mother's documented caregiving, it all creates a narrative. A convincing one. And the journals, while damning, could be argued as evidence of untreated mental illness, not premeditation. So I just, what? Go back home? Without a confession, without her admitting what she did on record. It's your word against hers. And legally speaking, she's the reliable witness right now. You're the victim with a potential grudge." Derek leaned forward. "What if Maya got her to confess? Recorded it?" Sandra looked at me. "In this state, single-party consent is legal. If you recorded a confession, it would be admissible. But..." She paused. "You'd have to get her to say, explicitly, that she intended to harm you. That it wasn't an accident. And people like your mother, people with this level of control, they're usually very careful with their words." "I'll get her to say it," I said. I had no idea if I could. But I was going to try. I baited her carefully over the next week. Little comments, delivered casually. "I was thinking about that record deal today. Weird how things work out, right?" Mom's response was measured. "Everything happens for a reason, honey. Do you ever wonder what would have happened if I'd gone?" Pause. She was chopping vegetables. The knife stilled. "No. I don't wonder. I know. You'd have ended up like your father. Dead and forgotten." "That's kind of harsh, Mom." "It's reality. Sometimes I feel like..." I let my voice waver, like I was working up courage. "Like you didn't want me to go. Not just because it was risky. But because you wanted me here. With you." She set down the knife. Turned to look at me. "Of course I wanted you here. You're my daughter. Is that so wrong?" "No. No, it's not wrong. It's just... I don't know. I keep thinking about that night. About how you were holding the bottle. About how you said... I said it was an accident. I know. I know you did. But, are we really doing this, Maya?" Her voice went cold. "Are you really going to accuse me, After everything I've done for you? After I've given up my life to take care of you? I'm not accusing. I'm just trying to understand. Understand what? Why it happened. She stared at me for a long time. Then she turned back to the cutting board. You're not ready to understand. Maybe you never will be. I didn't push. Not yet. 3 nights later, I tried again. Mom had opened a bottle of wine, unusual for her. She was on her second glass, sitting at the kitchen table scrolling through Facebook. I sat down across from her. My phone was in my hoodie pocket, voice memo app recording. Mom, I said quietly. Can I ask you something? That night. The bleach. Did you mean to hurt me? The scrolling stopped. She looked up, eyes focusing slowly. Why are you asking me that? Because I need to know. I can't move on if I don't know. She took another sip of wine. Set the glass down too hard, it sloshed. Move on, she repeated. Move on to what, Maya? To another dream that'll destroy you? To another plan to abandon me? I wasn't abandoning you. Yes, you were. Her voice cracked. You were going to leave me. Just like he did. For music. For strangers who don't care about you. For a life that would have chewed you up and spit you out. And I couldn't, she stopped. Pressed her fingers to her eyes. I couldn't let you. My heart was pounding so hard I thought she'd hear it. What do you mean, you couldn't let me? I mean I saved you, Maya. I kept you here. I made sure you'd need me. I made sure you'd stay. There it was. The confession. But I needed more. You hurt me on purpose? That wasn't an accident? She looked at me then, and her eyes were full of tears, not sad tears, angry tears, frustrated tears. I gave you everything, she said, voice rising. My entire life. Every choice I made was for you. And you were going to throw me away. For music. Just like he did. I couldn't survive that. I wouldn't. So yes, I stopped you. I had to stop you. I had to make you need me. Don't you understand? It was the only way to keep us together. It was love, Maya. It was all love. I stood up. She noticed the movement, frowned. Where are you going? Bathroom. Maya, I ran. Locked myself in my room. Grabbed my actual phone, the new one Derek had gotten me, and sent the recording to him and to Sandra. Then I called 911. My mother just confessed to poisoning me. I have it recorded. I'm in danger. Please send someone. I gave them the address. Then I sat on my bed listening to Mom pound on the door. Maya. Open this door right now. You can't do this. You can't leave me. I'm your mother. I love you. I'm the only one who loves you. You'll die out there without me. Maya. The pounding stopped. I heard her sobbing in the hallway, these raw, animal sounds. Then I heard the front door slam. Sirens came 10 minutes later. By then, she was gone. They found her at a motel about 40 miles away, holed up in a room with empty wine bottles and all of her journals. She didn't resist arrest. Didn't say anything at all, according to the police report. The recording went to the prosecutor. The story leaked, because of course it did. Local news picked it up first, teen singer poisoned by mother to prevent career. Then regional outlets. Then, horrifyingly, national. I became the girl whose mother tried to kill her. Everywhere I went, people recognized me. Pitying looks. Invasive questions. Strangers coming up to me in grocery stores asking if I was okay, saying they were praying for me. The record label never called. Sandra explained why. You're too much of a story now. Labels don't want complicated narratives. They want easy sells. So that was gone. My voice, my dream, my mother. All gone. The trial was 6 months later. I had to testify. Had to sit in a courtroom and describe, in detail, waking up choking. Had to watch Mom sit there in an orange jumpsuit looking small and broken while her defense attorney painted her as the real victim, a single mother destroyed by poverty and untreated mental illness, driven to a psychotic break by the trauma of her husband's abandonment. Some people bought it. Some people wrote op-eds about how we criminalize mental illness, how Linda needed help not punishment. There were think pieces about the pressures on single mothers. About how society fails women like her. I read them all, sitting in my apartment, and felt like I was losing my mind all over again. The jury deliberated for 3 days. Came back with, guilty of aggravated assault with special circumstances. Not attempted murder, they couldn't prove she'd intended to kill me, only to harm me. She got 8 years. Could be out in 5 with good behavior. The day of sentencing, right before they took her away, she looked at me across the courtroom. No anger on her face. Just this hollow sadness. This exhaustion. She mouthed, "I love you." I felt nothing. Then everything. Then I ran outside and threw up in the bushes by the courthouse entrance while strangers took pictures with their phones. 2 years later. I'm 19 now. I live in a small apartment 3 hours from where I grew up, in a town where nobody knows my story. I work at a bookstore. It's quiet. Easy. I shelf books and help customers find things and don't have to talk much, which is good because my voice is still wrecked, functional for basic conversation but raspy, scarred. People sometimes ask if I have a cold. I go to therapy every Thursday. My therapist, Dr. Reeves, is patient and doesn't push. She asks gentle questions I usually can't answer. Last week she asked, "Do you think you'll ever sing again?" "I don't know if I want to," I told her. "It feels like it cost me everything." She nodded. Didn't push. Just wrote something down. Derek still texts sometimes. He got married last year, moved to Portland, has a good job doing sound design for commercials. He's kind when we talk, but distant. Like I'm a sad memory he doesn't want to dwell on. I don't blame him. I'm a sad memory to myself most days. I haven't spoken to Mom. She writes letters from prison, one every few months. They sit in a pile on my kitchen counter, unopened. I can't bring myself to read them, but I also can't throw them away. Dr. Reeves says that's normal. That I'm allowed to not know what I feel. Last night I went to Target to buy laundry detergent and had a full panic attack in the cleaning aisle. The smell of bleach hit me and suddenly I was 17 again, drowning on dry land, my mother's smile hovering over me like a benediction. A store employee found me sitting on the floor trying to remember how to breathe. She was so nice about it. Got me water, sat with me until I could stand. Didn't ask questions. I left without the detergent. Later, at home, I opened my laptop. Pulled up my old YouTube channel. The videos are still there, covers of songs I loved, filmed in my childhood bedroom with fairy lights and dreams I didn't know were dangerous. There's one of me singing Landslide. I'm 16 in it, eyes closed, completely unself-conscious. My voice is clear and strong and hopeful. I watched it twice. Then I closed the laptop. The most recent letter from Mom is sitting next to my coffee mug. The envelope is yellowing at the edges, the handwriting, her handwriting, that I'd recognize anywhere, perfectly neat. I pick it up. Put it down. Pick it up again. Dr. Reeves keeps asking what I need to move forward. To heal. She uses words like closure and forgiveness and acceptance. I nod and say I'm working on it, but the truth is I don't know what I need. Some days I think I need to read the letters. Some days I think I need to burn them. Some days I think I need to just exist in this in-between space forever, neither forgiving nor forgetting, just surviving. I still don't know if she was trying to kill me or keep me alive. And some nights, lying in the dark listening to my neighbor's TV through the wall, I'm not sure there's a difference. The bookstore where I work has a music section. Classical, jazz, some indie stuff. I avoid it completely, take the long way around when I need to get to the back office. But last Tuesday, this kid came in, maybe 14, wearing headphones around her neck, browsing the music books with this hungry look I recognized. She asked me where the books on songwriting were. I showed her. She picked up 3, flipped through them with careful fingers, then looked up at me. "Do you know anything about music?" I almost said no. Almost walked away. But something in her face, that desperation to be seen, to be told she wasn't crazy for wanting something, stopped me. "A little," I said. My voice came out scratchy. "I used to sing." "Used to?" "Yeah. Long time ago." She looked at me like she was deciding whether to ask more. Then, "Why'd you stop?" I could have lied. Said I lost interest. Said I wasn't good enough. Instead I said, someone I loved made it impossible for me to continue. The kid nodded slowly, like that made perfect sense. That happens a lot, I think. People who are supposed to support you don't. "Yeah," I whispered. "Yeah, it does." She bought 2 of the books. Before she left, she turned back. "I hope you sing again someday. Even if it's just for yourself." After she left, I stood there in the music section for 20 minutes, surrounded by books about people who'd made it, people who hadn't, people who'd tried and failed and tried again. My throat felt tight, but not from damage, from something else. Something that felt dangerously close to grief. That night I did something I hadn't done in 2 years. I opened my laptop and started writing. Not a song. Just words. About what it felt like to have your voice stolen by someone who claimed to love you. About the specific horror of maternal violence. About how people want abuse to look like strangers in dark alleys, not mothers standing over beds with bottles of bleach and expressions of serene love. I wrote for 3 hours. When I finished, my hands were shaking and my face was wet, and I felt, not better, but different. Like I'd landed something poisonous. I saved the document. Titled it, Things I Can't Say Out Loud. Then I opened the most recent letter from Mom. My hands were steady as I unfolded it. The handwriting was the same, neat, controlled, each letter perfectly formed. It started the way they all probably started, Dear Maya. I've had a lot of time to think about what I did. The therapist here says I need to take responsibility, to acknowledge harm. So here it is, I harmed you. I hurt you deliberately, and I can't undo that. I can't give you back your voice or your dream or the 2 years you've spent in therapy trying to understand why your own mother would do what I did. But I need you to understand something, even if you never forgive me. When your father left, when he chose music over us, something in me broke. Not all at once. Slowly, like a crack in a foundation that spreads over years until the whole house is unstable. I convinced myself that keeping you close, keeping you dependent, was the same as keeping you safe. That if I let you go, you'd disappear just like he did. Dead in a car crash, chasing something bigger than family. I couldn't survive that again. I thought I was protecting both of us. I wasn't. I was imprisoning you. I was making you responsible for my healing, my wholeness, my will to live. That's not love. That's torture dressed up as devotion. I don't expect you to write back. I don't expect forgiveness or reconciliation or even acknowledgement that you've read this. I just need you to know, you were never the problem. Your dreams were never wrong. Your voice was never something that needed to be silenced. I was sick, Maya. I am sick. And I made you pay the price for an illness I refused to treat. If you ever sing again, even just in your car, even just in the shower, please know that would make me happier than anything else in this world. Because it would mean I didn't win. It would mean I didn't destroy you completely. I love you. I know that means nothing now. But it's true, in the broken way I'm capable of truth. Mom. I read it 3 times. Each time, I waited to feel something, rage, grief, relief, closure. Instead I just felt tired. Tired of carrying her pain alongside my own. Tired of trying to untangle love from violence, intention from impact. I folded the letter. Put it back in the envelope. Placed it in the box with the others under my bed. Then I opened my laptop again. Looked at the document I'd written. Looked at the old YouTube videos, still sitting there, archived evidence of a girl who'd believed in something enough to risk everything. Dr. Reese's question echoed, Do you think you'll ever sing again? I didn't know. But I knew I could write. I knew I could tell the story. I knew that silence, the kind my mother had forced on me, the kind I'd chosen for myself out of fear, wasn't the only option. I created a new document. Started typing. Look, I need to tell you something, and you're probably going to think I'm lying. Or crazy. Maybe both. When I woke up at 3 in the morning with my throat on fire and my lungs filling with acid, my mother was standing over my bed holding an empty bottle of Clorox, smiling like she just tucked me in for the night. I wrote until dawn. Told the whole story, exactly as it happened. Every detail I could remember. When I finished, I had 40 pages and a splitting headache and something that felt like the tiniest bit of reclaimed power. I posted it on a blog. Anonymous at first. Just needed it out there, in the world, where it could exist separately from me. Within 3 days, it had been shared 10,000 times. Within a week, 100,000. Survivors of parental abuse commented by the hundreds, This is my story too. Different details, same trap. Thank you for naming it. A literary agent reached out. Then another. Then 5 more. This could be a book, one of them said over the phone. A memoir. People need to hear this. I don't know if I can, I said. Reliving it, editing it, promoting it. Think about it, she said gently. Sometimes telling our stories is how we take them back. I'm still thinking about it. 3 months after I posted the blog, Derek called. First time we'd actually talked in over a year. Maya. I just read what you wrote. Oh, I said. Yeah. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I didn't believe you right away. I'm sorry I wasn't, I should have been better. You were scared, I said. She was convincing. It's okay. It's not okay. But thank you for saying that. Pause. I wanted to ask you something. I'm working on a podcast about people reclaiming their voices, literally and figuratively. Would you be willing to talk? About what happened, about the writing, about wherever you are now? My first instinct was no. Absolutely not. Too exposed. Too raw. But then I thought about that 14-year-old girl in the bookstore. About the thousands of comments on my blog from people who'd never told their stories because they didn't think anyone would believe them. Okay, I said. Yeah. I'll do it. The podcast went up a month later. Within days, my inbox was full. Therapists asking permission to share it with clients. Advocates asking if I'd speak at conferences. Survivors asking if I'd read their stories, validate their experiences, tell them they weren't crazy. And one email from the indie label that had originally signed me. Maya, we heard your podcast. We know we can't undo what happened or restore what was taken from you. But if you're ever interested in recording again, spoken word, audio essays, anything, we'd love to work with you. No pressure. Just an offer. You have a voice, even if it's different now. And it deserves to be heard. I cried when I read it. Not sad crying. Something else. Something that felt like a door opening in a room I thought was sealed forever. I haven't recorded anything yet. Haven't decided if I will. But I keep the email saved, read it sometimes when I'm feeling like I'll never be more than what my mother made me. Yesterday I went back to my hometown for the first time since the trial. Had to sign some paperwork for Sandra, final stuff related to the case. I drove past my old high school, past Sweet Swirl, under new management, different name, past the house where it happened. Someone else lives there now. There's a different car in the driveway, different curtains in the windows. It looks smaller than I remembered. Less significant. Just a house. On impulse, I drove to the cemetery where my father is buried. I'd never visited before, didn't even know where the plot was until I asked at the office. His headstone was simple, Marcus Rivera. 1975 to 2006. The music lives on. I sat in the grass next to it, feeling absurd. Talking to someone I'd never known, someone whose choices had set all of this in motion. I don't know if you were selfish or just human, I said out loud. I don't know if you would have been a good dad or a terrible one. But I know Mom was wrong. About you. About me. About what love is supposed to look like. The wind picked up. Nearby, someone was playing music from their car, something instrumental, guitar and piano. I closed my eyes and listened. Felt something loosen in my chest. I'm not going to hate music because of what happened, I said to the headstone, to the wind, to myself. I'm not going to let her win that way. I don't know what comes next, but it's not silence. Not anymore. I stayed for an hour. When I left, I felt lighter. Not healed, healing isn't linear, isn't simple, isn't guaranteed. But lighter. It's been 3 years now since the night my mother stood over my bed with bleach and love in equal measure. 3 years of therapy and nightmares and slowly, painfully rebuilding a self that wasn't defined by what was taken from me. I still work at the bookstore. Still live in my small apartment. Still avoid the cleaning aisle at Target. Some scars don't fade. But last week I did something I hadn't done since I was 17. I sang. Just in my car, driving home from work. The radio was playing something familiar and my mouth opened and sound came out, scratchy, imperfect, nothing like the voice I used to have. But mine. Undeniably mine. I made it through the whole chorus before I had to pull over because I was crying too hard to see the road. I called Dr. Reeves from the parking lot. I sang, I told her. Just now. I actually sang. How did it feel? She asked. I thought about it. About the old voice versus the new one. About the dream I'd lost versus the life I was building. About my mother in prison, writing letters I might never answer. About the 14-year-old in the bookstore. About the thousands of people who'd read my story and said me too. It felt like surviving, I said finally. Not the same as before. But still alive. Still here. Still mine. That's not nothing, Maya. No, I agreed. It's not nothing. I still don't know if I'll ever record again, ever perform, ever reclaim that particular dream. Maybe the point isn't to get back what was taken. Maybe the point is to build something new from what remains. The letters from my mother still sit in a box under my bed. 37 of them now, unopened except for that one. Sometimes I think about reading them. Sometimes I think about burning them. Most times I just let them exist, neither forgiven nor forgotten, just acknowledged. Dr. Reeves says I'm allowed to hold multiple truths at once, that my mother loved me and tried to destroy me. That she was sick and responsible. That I survived and am still healing. That some questions don't have answers, some wounds don't fully close, and some things can't be fixed, only endured, transformed, or transcended. I'm working on transcendence. It's slow. Some days I backslide. But I'm here. My voice is different but present. My story is told. My mother's power is broken, even if her impact remains. And sometimes, when I'm driving alone with the windows down and the right song comes on, I sing. Not like before. Not with a clear, hopeful voice of a 17-year-old who thought dreams came true if you wanted them badly enough. But with the raspy, scarred, still breathing voice of someone who survived the unsurvivable. Someone who learned that the opposite of silence isn't perfection, it's presence. Someone who's still here. Still singing. Still alive.
Story 3.
My brother demanded, "Give me your house now. Or I'll break her jaw." I saw my 7-year-old daughter clutched in his arms, screaming. So, I agreed. The next morning, I delivered the letter to him, but his face went pale. I never thought my brother would threaten to hurt my daughter. But then again, I never thought a lot of things about Marcus until 2 weeks ago. Let me back up. My name is Elena, I'm 34, and until recently, I believed family meant something sacred. My younger brother Marcus and I grew up close, or at least, I thought we did. He was the golden child, the one who could do no wrong in our parents' eyes. I was the responsible one, the planner, the one who got a scholarship to business school and clawed her way up from nothing. Marcus? He was charming. Effortlessly likable. The kind of guy who could talk his way into anything and out of consequences. Our parents died in a car accident when I was 27 and he was 24. They left us their modest house in the suburbs, which we sold and split 50-50. I used my half as a down payment on a 3-bedroom bungalow in a good school district for my daughter, Lily. Marcus blew through his half in 18 months. Trips to Vegas, a failed restaurant venture with his buddies, a sports car he totaled 6 months after buying it. By the time Lily was born, she's 7 now, Marcus had moved through 3 girlfriends, 2 startups that never launched, and approximately 0 moments of genuine self-reflection. But he was still my brother. Still family. I invited him to Lily's birthdays. Let him crash on my couch when he needed a place to stay. Loaned him money I never expected back. Then came the inheritance I didn't know about. 3 weeks ago, I got a call from a lawyer in Connecticut. My great-aunt Beatrice, my mother's aunt who I'd met maybe twice in my life, had passed away at 91. She'd left me everything. Not Marcus, just me. The estate was worth just over $2 million after taxes. Property, investments, the works. I was floored. Aunt Beatrice barely knew me. But apparently, my mother had stayed in touch with her through letters, and Beatrice had been watching from afar. The lawyer said she'd been impressed by how I'd built something from nothing and wanted to ensure Lily had opportunities. I didn't tell Marcus right away. I know how that sounds. But I'd watched him burn through money like it was kindling, and I wanted time to think. To plan. To figure out how to help him without enabling him. That was my first mistake. He found out anyway. His on-again, off-again girlfriend Shayna, a woman who I'd never trusted, worked at the bank where I'd set up a new account for part of the inheritance. She saw the deposit. Told Marcus. And 2 days later, he showed up at my door with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Hey, sis," he said, leaning against the doorframe like he owned the place. "Heard you came into some money. That's amazing. Really happy for you." Lily was at school. I was working from home, still in my pajamas with coffee going cold on my desk. I felt my stomach drop but kept my face neutral. "Where'd you hear that?" "Around." His smile widened. "You know how it is. Small world. So, I was thinking. You and me, we should talk about how we're going to invest this. Together. Like a family." There it was. The presumption. The entitlement. I could see it in the way he stepped inside without being invited, the way he surveyed my living room like he was calculating its value. "Marcus, it's not we money. Aunt Beatrice left it to me. I'm planning to set up a trust for Lily's education and what about me?" He cut me off, voice sharp. "I'm family too, Elena. Or did you forget that?" "Of course not. But this isn't like Mom and Dad's house. This was specifically left to me. His face darkened. For a second, I saw something flicker behind his eyes, something cold and calculating that I'd never noticed before. Or maybe I'd been ignoring it for years. "That's really selfish of you," he said quietly. "Really disappointing." Then he left. No argument. No tantrum. Just a quiet exit that felt more threatening than any yelling match. That was 11 days ago. For a week, things were silent. No calls. No texts. I thought maybe he'd accepted it, or at least backed off. I focused on work, on Lily, on the mundane comfort of routine. Lily's school had a fall festival coming up. I volunteered to help with the bake sale. Normal life. Then, 5 days ago, Marcus started showing up. Not at my door, just around. I'd see his car parked down the street when I took Lily to school. He'd be at the grocery store when I was shopping, coincidentally in the same aisle. Once, I saw him sitting in the park across from Lily's school at pickup time, just watching. I told myself I was being paranoid. But my hands shook when I locked the doors at night. Then came last Tuesday. I just picked up Lily from school. We were walking to the car, her hand in mine, when Marcus appeared from behind a row of parked vehicles. He looked terrible, unshaven, eyes bloodshot, clothes rumpled like he'd slept in them. "Elena. We need to talk." Lily perked up. "Uncle Marcus." She started toward him, but I held her back. Something in my gut screamed warning. "Not now, Marcus. We're going home. It'll just take a minute." He smiled at Lily, but it was wrong. Strained. "Hey, kiddo. Want to come say hi to your uncle?" "Mommy said we're going home," Lily said uncertainly. I started walking to the car, keys already out. Marcus followed. My heart was pounding so hard I thought he could hear it. "Elena, don't ignore me. I'm trying to be reasonable here. We can talk later. Call me tonight. I've called you 12 times. You don't answer." That was true. I'd blocked his number 2 days ago after he'd left a voicemail at 2 in the morning, slurring about how I owed him, how family was supposed to take care of family, how I was just like Dad, always playing favorites. I got Lily to the car and opened the back door. She climbed in, already reaching for her seatbelt. I shut the door and turned to face Marcus. "You need to stop this. You're scaring me." "Scaring you?" He laughed, but there was no humor in it. "I'm your brother. I would never hurt you. But you're hurting me, Elena. You're cutting me out. After everything I've done for you, what have you done for me?" The words came out sharper than I intended. "What exactly have you done, Marcus? Because from where I'm standing, I've been carrying you for 10 years. His face went red. For a second, I thought he might actually hit me. But then he stepped back, breathing hard. "You're going to regret this," he said softly. "You're going to regret treating me like I'm nothing." He walked away. I got in the car with shaking hands and drove home, checking the rearview mirror every 30 seconds. That night, I called my friend Rachel, who's a lawyer. I explained everything. She told me to document everything, consider a restraining order, and install security cameras. I ordered the cameras that night. They arrived 2 days later. I should have moved faster. Yesterday morning, I dropped Lily off at school like normal. Kissed her forehead. Told her I loved her. She ran inside with her backpack bouncing, and I went to work. I was in a meeting when the school called. Lily never made it to her classroom. Somewhere between the entrance and her second grade room, she disappeared. The world collapsed. I don't remember driving to the school. I remember the principal's office, the police, the questions that felt like they were coming through water. I remember thinking, over and over, this isn't real. This can't be real. Then my phone rang. Unknown number. I answered it on speakerphone while the police officer leaned in to listen. "Elena." Marcus's voice. "We need to talk about the house." "Where is she?" My voice didn't sound like my own. "Marcus, where's Lily?" "She's safe. She's with me. And she's going to stay safe, as long as you do exactly what I say." The officer was already signaling someone, mouthing words. "Trace. Location. Let me talk to her. Please. Let me talk to my daughter." A pause. Then Lily's voice, small and terrified. "Mommy? Baby, are you okay? Are you hurt? I want to come home. Uncle Marcus said we're playing a game, but I don't like it." The phone shifted. Marcus again. "See? She's fine. And she'll stay fine if you're smart about this. What do you want?" My hands were clenched so tight my nails cut into my palms. I want what I deserve. I want the house. Your house. The one you bought with Mom and Dad's money, half of which was mine. You're going to sign it over to me. Full ownership. Today. Marcus, that's insane. You can't. I can. I am. You have until 6 o'clock tonight to bring me a notarized letter of transfer. You're going to tell me you want to give me the house out of love and family loyalty. And then you're going to sign over the deed. Or, his voice dropped. Or I hurt her. I'll start with something small. Maybe a finger. Then we'll work our way up. You wouldn't. But my voice cracked. Because I wasn't sure anymore. Try me. 6 o'clock. I'll text you the address. Come alone. No police, or she pays for it. The line went dead. The police wanted to raid wherever he was. They wanted to trace him, surround him, extract Lily. But I knew Marcus. I knew how impulsive he could be, how quickly he could flip from charming to cruel. If he felt cornered, he'd do something stupid. Something irreversible. I told them I'd cooperate, but I needed time. I needed to deliver what he wanted and get Lily back safely. They didn't like it. They argued. But ultimately, they couldn't stop me. Rachel met me at a notary's office. We drafted a letter of intent to transfer the property, carefully worded to look real while building in language that would make it contestable later. The notary was confused but stamped it anyway. At 5:30, Marcus texted an address. An abandoned warehouse near the industrial district. Of course. I drove there alone. The police followed at a distance, but I'd made them promise not to move in unless I signaled. I couldn't risk Lily. The warehouse was exactly as horrible as you'd imagine. Broken windows. Graffiti. The smell of rust and decay. I walked inside, letter in my hand, and found Marcus in the middle of the empty space. He was holding Lily. She was crying, arms wrapped around his neck. He looked manic, eyes too bright, movements jerky. Mommy, Lily sobbed. Let her go, I said. My voice was steady. I don't know how. I have the letter. Let her go and you can have it. Show me first. I held it up. He squinted at it, then nodded. Bring it here. I walked forward slowly. Every step felt like it took an hour. I got within 10 feet. He held out his hand. Give me your house now. He screamed suddenly, making Lily shriek. Or I'll break her jaw. His other hand clamped over Lily's face, fingers digging into her cheeks. She screamed, muffled and terrified. I saw his thumb pressing near her jaw, saw the cruel twist of his mouth. Okay, I shouted. Okay. I agree. Here. I thrust the letter at him. He grabbed it with his free hand, pulling Lily tighter against him as he scanned the page. For a moment, his grip loosened on her face. Let her go, I said. You have what you want. He stared at the letter. Then he looked up at me and smiled, a genuine, relieved smile that made my skin crawl. Okay. Come get her. He set Lily down. She ran to me, and I scooped her up, turning away from him. His voice followed me. I knew you'd see reason. Family takes care of family, right? I didn't answer. I just walked out with my daughter in my arms, feeling his eyes on my back the whole way. The police moved in the moment we were clear. I heard shouting, heard Marcus yelling about betrayal and rights. I didn't look back. That night, after Lily was checked at the hospital and given the all-clear, just some bruises on her face, psychological trauma they'd need to watch, I sat in my kitchen and finalized my plan. Because here's the thing, I didn't just hand Marcus a letter of intent. I'd been planning this from the moment he'd called. The letter I gave him wasn't the only thing I'd prepared. This morning, I woke up early. Marcus had been arrested but released on bail. His girlfriend Shayna had scraped together the money somehow. He was under a restraining order, but I knew him. He'd be celebrating. Thinking he'd won. I drove to the house he was staying at, Shayna's apartment. Knocked on the door. He answered, cocky smile already in place. Elena. Come to congratulate me? Actually, I came to deliver something else. I handed him an envelope. Open it. His smile faltered. He tore it open and pulled out the papers inside. The first was a full forensic accounting of the inheritance, showing that I'd already transferred the bulk of it into an irrevocable trust for Lily, with myself as the trustee. The house wasn't even owned by me anymore, it was owned by the trust. The letter he'd forced me to sign was legally worthless. The second was a copy of a police report documenting every incident of stalking, harassment, and yesterday's kidnapping. The third was a notice of a civil lawsuit I was filing against him for emotional distress, threats, and attempted coercion. And the fourth, the one that made his face go pale, was a letter from our late Aunt Beatrice's lawyer. The original letter that had come with the inheritance. It explained why she'd left everything to me and not Marcus. She'd known about his drinking, his gambling, his instability. She'd explicitly stated that she feared he would hurt someone if given access to money. And she'd included a clause: if Marcus ever tried to coerce or harm me or my children to access the inheritance, additional documentation would be released to law enforcement showing his history, restraining orders from ex-girlfriends, debts to dangerous people, a sealed arrest record from a bar fight that had nearly killed someone. She'd been protecting me from beyond the grave. Marcus's hands were shaking as he read. All the color drained from his face. You set me up," he whispered. "No," I said quietly. "I protected my daughter. There's a difference. I'm your brother. You stopped being my brother when you put your hands on my child." I turned to leave, then paused. "Oh, and Marcus?" "Shayna's been talking to the police. About the bank, about how you planned this. Turns out she doesn't want to go down with you. She's cooperating in exchange for immunity." That was only partly true. Shayna was cooperating, but more because she was terrified than out of any moral conviction. But I wanted him to know. To feel the walls closing in. His face crumpled. "Elena, please. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking straight. I would never have actually hurt Lily. You have to believe me." "I don't have to believe in anything. And you know what? I don't." I left him there, standing in the doorway, holding papers that proved he'd lost everything. The legal process is ongoing. Marcus is facing multiple charges: kidnapping, extortion, assault. His lawyer is trying to argue diminished capacity, substance abuse, mental health crisis. Maybe some of that's true. Maybe he really was spiraling. But he made a choice. He chose to threaten a child. My child. Lily is in therapy now. She has nightmares about her uncle. She asks me sometimes if he's going to come back, if he's going to take her again. I tell her no. I tell her she's safe. I've installed a full security system. I've changed our routines, our routes, everything. And I've accepted something hard, that sometimes the most dangerous people are the ones we're supposed to trust. The ones who share our blood. The house, well, it stays in the trust. Lily will have it when she's older, when she's ready. I've already started teaching her about money, about boundaries, about the difference between helping people and letting them hurt you. Marcus sent me a letter last week from jail. I didn't open it. I gave it to my lawyer. Sometimes I wonder if I could have done something differently. If I could have helped him before it got this bad. But then I remember his hand on Lily's face. His threat. His smile when he thought he'd won. And I know I made the right choice. Family is supposed to protect each other. But protection goes both ways. And when someone breaks that bond, when they weaponize your love against you, you have to protect yourself. Even if it means walking away from blood. Especially then. 3 months have passed now. Spring is coming. Lily laughs more easily, though she still sleeps with a nightlight. The criminal trial is scheduled for June. Marcus's lawyer approached Rachel about a plea deal. He'd plead guilty to lesser charges in exchange for a reduced sentence. I said no. I want this in court. I want it documented. I want every moment, every threat, every choice he made laid out in public record. Not for revenge, though I won't pretend that's not part of it. But for protection. For Lily. So that if he ever gets out, if he ever tries to approach us again, there's an undeniable record of what he's capable of. Rachel thinks I should accept the plea. Trials are hard, she told me over coffee last week. Especially for Lily. She might have to testify. Then I'll prepare her. But I won't let him take the easy way out. The truth is, I'm tired. I'm tired of protecting Marcus from consequences. I'm tired of making excuses for him. I'm tired of the little voice in my head that still says, "But he's your brother. He's family." Because that voice almost got my daughter killed. Yesterday, Lily brought home a drawing from school. It was our house, bright yellow with a red door, flowers in the garden, stick figures of the two of us holding hands. In the corner, she'd written, "My home with Mommy. Safe." I put it on the refrigerator. And I cried for the first time since this whole nightmare began. Not sad tears, exactly. More like release. Like something breaking open inside me that had been sealed shut for too long. Tonight, I'm cooking dinner while Lily does homework at the kitchen table. She's humming to herself, pencil scratching across paper. The evening light comes through the windows, soft and golden. In this moment, everything is ordinary. Everything is okay. But I've learned something these past months: safety is something you build. It's vigilance and boundaries and locked doors. It's knowing when to fight and when to run. It's choosing your child over the person who taught you what family meant, and learning to redefine that meaning on your own terms. Marcus will go to prison. Maybe for 5 years, maybe for 10, depending on the trial. When he gets out, I'll already have moved. New house, new city, new life. He won't find us. I'll make sure of it. Lily asks me sometimes why Uncle Marcus did what he did. I tell her the truth, in words a 7-year-old can understand, that sometimes people make very bad choices when they're scared or angry. That being family doesn't mean accepting harm. That love without respect is just control wearing a mask. She thinks about this, her face serious. Then she says, I don't think I want to see him again. You don't have to, I tell her. Not ever, if you don't want to. Okay. She goes back to her homework, satisfied. It's that simple for her. That clear. I envy it, even as I'm grateful for it. She gets to grow up knowing boundaries are allowed. That saying no is powerful. That the people who love you shouldn't make you afraid. I didn't learn those lessons until it was almost too late. But I learned them. The house is quiet now. Just the two of us. Sometimes that feels lonely. Sometimes I miss what I thought our family was: Sunday dinners, shared memories, the comfort of knowing someone else carried the same history. But that was an illusion. Or maybe it was real once and then it warped, twisted into something unrecognizable. Either way, it's gone. What I have instead is this: a daughter who feels safe. A home that's actually ours. A future that doesn't include looking over my shoulder or making excuses or loaning money I'll never see again. It's smaller than what I thought family would be. But it's real. And it's enough. Last week, I got a call from the prosecutor. They have security footage from the school, from the warehouse. They have testimony from witnesses who saw Marcus stalking us. They have phone records and text messages and the notarized letter itself, with its coercive context fully documented. This is a strong case, she told me. One of the strongest I've seen. He's going away for a long time. I thanked her. Hung up. Felt nothing. No triumph. No satisfaction. Just a bone-deep exhaustion and a flicker of something that might have been grief. Because at the end of all of this, I didn't just lose my brother. I lost the idea that blood meant safety. That family was inherently good. That the people who grew up beside you would protect you instead of betraying you. Those were pretty lies. Comfortable myths. Reality is harder. Reality is that people are complicated, that trauma and entitlement can poison even the closest bonds, that sometimes the greatest danger comes from the person who knows exactly how to hurt you. But reality also means I get to choose. To decide who stays in our lives and who doesn't. To build something new from the ruins. And maybe that's the real inheritance Aunt Beatrice left me. Not the money, though that helps. But the permission. The validation. The message that I deserved protection, that my life and my daughter's life mattered more than maintaining appearances or keeping broken people comfortable. She saw something in me that I'm only now starting to see in myself: strength that doesn't come from never falling, but from getting up every time. From saying no when it matters. From choosing what's right over what's easy. Lily calls from the table. Mom, can you help me with this math problem? I wipe my hands on a dish towel and walk over. She's stuck on division, numbers swimming across the page. We work through it together, my hand over hers, guiding the pencil. I get it now, she says, eyes lighting up. It's like sharing, right? Exactly like sharing, I tell her. But I'm thinking about the other kind of division. The kind that splits families down the middle, that separates who you thought you were from who you actually are. That kind of math is harder. The answers aren't in the back of any book. But we're learning. Day by day. Problem by problem. And eventually, maybe, we'll find a solution that lets us sleep through the night without nightmares, that lets us open the door without flinching, that lets us believe in family again, even if it's just the two of us. That would be enough. It has to be. The trial starts in 14 weeks. I've marked it on the calendar. Lily knows something big is happening, though I've shielded her from most of the details. Her therapist says she's doing remarkably well, all things considered. Resilient, she called her. Kids are resilient, people keep telling me. Like it's a comfort. Like resilience is something to celebrate instead of something forced on them by adults who fail to protect them properly. But I smile and nod because what else can I do? We're going to be okay. I know this with a certainty that has nothing to do with hope and everything to do with will. I will make sure we're okay. I will make sure Lily grows up strong and safe and unafraid. And if that means testifying in court, facing Marcus across a courtroom, reliving the worst day of my life in front of strangers, then that's what I'll do. Because he asked for my house. But what he really wanted was my surrender. My submission. My silent agreement that his needs mattered more than my child's safety. And that's the one thing I'll never give him. Not then. Not now. Not ever. The house with the red door stays ours. The life we're building stays ours. And the future, uncertain and messy and sometimes scary, stays ours to shape. That's not the ending I expected. It's not neat or satisfying or complete. But it's real. And after everything we've been through, real is all that matters. Except the story doesn't end there. Because life never wraps up as neatly as we want it to. 2 weeks after I refused the plea deal, something happened that I didn't see coming. Marcus's lawyer contacted Rachel with a new proposition. Not a plea deal this time, something else entirely. Marcus wanted to meet with me. Face to face. In a supervised setting at the jail. Absolutely not, I said immediately when Rachel told me. We were sitting in her office, late afternoon sun slanting through the blinds. What possible reason would I have to see him? Rachel leaned back in her chair, studying me. He claims he has information. About Shayna. About what really happened that day. He says there are things you don't know, and he'll only tell you directly. That's manipulation. That's him trying to get access to me, to make me feel guilty, too, I know. Rachel held up her hand. I know exactly what it is. But I wanted you to hear it anyway. Your choice, Elena. Always your choice. I went home that night and couldn't sleep. Lily was at a sleepover at her friend Emma's house, her first one since the kidnapping. I'd almost said no, terrified to let her out of my sight, but her therapist had encouraged it. She needs to reclaim her childhood, Dr. Morrison had said. She needs to know the world isn't only dangerous. So I'd said yes, and now I was alone in the house, lying in bed, staring at the ceiling. The security system beeped softly every time the air conditioning kicked on. I'd become hyper-aware of every sound. What could Marcus possibly tell me that mattered? What information could change anything? But the question gnawed at me. Not because I believed him, I didn't. But because not knowing felt like leaving a door unlocked. Like there was still a piece of this nightmare I hadn't secured. 3 days later, I found myself in the visiting room at the county jail. The room was smaller than I expected. Gray walls, fluorescent lighting that made everyone look slightly ill. A table bolted to the floor. A corrections officer standing by the door. Rachel sat beside me, legal pad ready, though I told her I probably wouldn't need her to document anything. Then Marcus was brought in. I barely recognized him. He'd lost weight, a lot of it. His face was gaunt, stubble grown out into an unkempt beard. His orange jumpsuit hung loose on his frame. But it was his eyes that stopped me. They were different. Hollow. Like something had been scooped out from the inside. He sat down across from us. Didn't smile. Didn't do any of the performative charm I'd expected. "Thank you for coming," he said quietly. I didn't respond. Just waited. He looked down at his hands, cuffed at the wrists. "I'm not going to waste your time with apologies. I know you don't want to hear them. I know they don't matter. Then why am I here?" He finally looked up at me. "Because you need to know that Shayna set everything up. All of it." Rachel stiffened beside me, but I kept my face neutral. "What are you talking about?" "The inheritance. She's the one who told me about it, yeah. But she didn't just accidentally see your bank statement. She went looking for it. She'd been tracking Aunt Beatrice for months before she died. Shayna knew about the will. She knew Beatrice was leaving everything to you. How would she possibly know that? Because 3 years ago, Shayna worked at the law firm that drafted Beatrice's estate plan. She was a paralegal there before she moved to banking. She saw the will. And she's been planning this ever since." The room felt suddenly airless. "Planning what?" Marcus laughed, a broken sound. "Planning to get that money. She knew I'd be upset when you inherited. She knew I felt like I'd been cheated my whole life, by mom and dad, by you, by everyone. She cultivated that. Fed it. And then when the time came, she suggested the kidnapping." "No." The word came out sharp. No, you don't get to blame her for what you did. You grabbed my daughter. You threatened her. That was you. I know. His voice rose, and the corrections officer took a step forward. Marcus lowered his tone. I know it was me. I made the choice. I did it. But you need to understand, she helped me plan it. She suggested the warehouse. She told me exactly what to say to make you comply. And she had a plan for after. After what? After you signed over the house? She was going to disappear with me. Take the house, sell it fast, split the money and run. New identities, new life. She had it all mapped out. Rachel was writing now, pen flying across her legal pad. I felt like I was underwater. Then why did she cooperate with the police? I asked. Because I got arrested before we could execute the second phase. And because, he stopped, something flickering across his face. Pain, maybe. Or shame. Because when she visited me that first day in jail, I told her I couldn't go through with the rest of it. That I was done. That I wanted to confess everything and beg you for forgiveness. And that's when I knew. Knew what? That she never cared about me. That I was just a tool. She looked at me like I was garbage. Like I'd failed her. And then she went straight to the cops and spun this story about how I'd manipulated her, how she'd been afraid of me, how she'd only helped because I'd threatened her. I sat back, processing. You're saying she's lying. I'm saying she's playing both sides. She's cooperating with the prosecution against me while also positioning herself as a victim. But she's not a victim, Elena. She's an opportunist. And she's dangerous, more dangerous than someone who kidnaps children? The words came out cold. Marcus flinched. I deserve that. But yes. Because she's still out there. She still wants that money. And she's smart enough to wait. Rachel spoke up. If what you're saying is true, why tell us now? Why not tell your lawyer, use this as part of your defense? Because my lawyer wants me to throw Elena under the bus. Claim she was negligent as a sister, that she provoked me, that I was in a diminished mental state because of family trauma. I won't do that. Not anymore. He looked directly at me. I know I'm going to prison. I should go to prison. But I also know Shayna. And I know she's not done. So I'm telling you, be careful. Watch your back. She's patient. The meeting ended shortly after. Marcus was escorted out, and I sat there feeling like the ground had shifted beneath me. Do you believe him? Rachel asked as we walked to the parking lot. I don't know. Maybe? It would explain some things. But it could also just be him trying to create doubt, trying to make me paranoid. I'll have an investigator look into Shayna's employment history. See if she really worked at that law firm. 3 days later, Rachel called me. Her voice was tight. It's true. Shayna worked at Morrison & Chen Associates. That's the firm that handled Beatrice's estate. She was there for 11 months, 3 years ago. Left under unclear circumstances. My hands went cold. What kind of unclear circumstances? The managing partner wouldn't say much, but she implied there were concerns about Shayna accessing confidential client files. Nothing was ever proven, so they just let her resign quietly. Oh my gosh. There's more. I pulled her financial records, had to get creative with the subpoenas, but I managed. She's been making cash deposits to an offshore account. Small amounts, but regular. Started about 6 months before Beatrice died. Where is she getting the money? That's what we need to find out. It took another week, but we pieced it together. Shayna had been running a side operation, selling information from the bank where she worked. Client data, account numbers, investment details. Nothing huge, she was too smart for that. Just little bits of information to people who knew how to use it. Identity thieves, mostly. Small-time stuff that flew under the radar. But she'd been keeping records. And in those records, we found references to the big score. To B's estate. To waiting for the old lady to kick. She'd been planning this for years. The prosecutor was livid when we brought her the information. This changes everything, she said. If Shayna was orchestrating this, if she manipulated Marcus into committing these crimes, she's equally culpable. Maybe more so. So what happens now? I asked. Now we charge her. Conspiracy to commit kidnapping, fraud, extortion. And we use Marcus as a witness. The irony wasn't lost on me. My brother, who traumatized my daughter, was now going to be the star witness against his girlfriend who'd used him as a weapon against me. Family is complicated. But apparently, so is betrayal. The next few weeks were a blur. Shayna was arrested at her apartment. I watched it on the news, her being let out in handcuffs, face shocked and pale. She screamed that it was all lies, that Marcus was a monster, that I'd paid people off. But the evidence didn't care about her stories. The paper trail was too clear. Her trial was fast-tracked. The prosecutor wanted to handle her case before Marcus's, to avoid any complications. I had to testify. Had to sit in a courtroom and recount every detail while Shayna stared at me from the defense table with cold, calculating eyes. Her lawyer tried to paint me as vindictive. As someone who'd manipulated a family conflict to destroy both Marcus and Shayna. As someone who'd used my wealth to manufacture evidence. But Rachel was brilliant on cross-examination. She walked the jury through every document, every timeline, every piece of evidence that showed Shayna's planning. By the time she was done, there was no doubt. The jury deliberated for 4 hours. Guilty on all counts. Shayna's face when the verdict was read, I'll never forget it. Not anger, not fear. Just cold calculation. Like she was already planning her next move, her appeal, her revenge. She got 12 years. Marcus got 8, his cooperation and genuine remorse counted for something, apparently. I should have felt relief. Victory. Something. Instead, I felt exhausted. Because the truth was, it didn't matter who'd planned what or who'd manipulated whom. Lily still had nightmares. I still jumped at shadows. The trust was still broken, and no verdict could repair it. The night after Shayna's sentencing, I took Lily out for ice cream. Her choice, mint chocolate chip with rainbow sprinkles. We sat in a booth at the local parlor, and she swung her legs beneath the table, completely absorbed in her dessert. "Mom?" she said after a while. "Yeah, baby? Is it really over now? Like, really? I wanted to say yes. Wanted to promise her that the bad people were gone and we were safe and nothing would ever hurt us again. But I'd learned something these past months: the truth matters more than comfort. The scary parts are over, I said carefully. The people who hurt us can't get to us anymore. But healing takes time. We might still feel scared sometimes, even though we're safe. That's normal. She considered this, licking her spoon. Dr. Morrison says feelings are like waves. They come and go. Dr. Morrison is smart. She also says we're brave. You and me. My throat tightened. We are. So brave. Even when we're scared? Especially then. She nodded, satisfied, and went back to her ice cream. And in that moment, I realized something: Lily was going to be okay. Really okay. Not because the bad people were in prison or because we had money or security systems. But because she knew the truth. Because she understood that being scared didn't mean being weak, that healing wasn't linear, that sometimes the world was hard but you could still find joy in mint chocolate chip with rainbow sprinkles. That night, after I tucked her in, I sat on the porch with a cup of tea and watched the neighborhood wind down for the night. Porch lights flickered on. A dog barked somewhere down the street. Normal life, flowing around us like water around a stone. My phone buzzed. A text from Rachel: appeals filed for both of them. Expected, but heads up. Won't affect the convictions, but they'll try. I texted back, thanks for letting me know. Then I turned off my phone and just sat there, breathing in the cool night air. Appeals. Legal battles. Years of looking over our shoulders, wondering if somehow, someday, they'd find a way out. But here's what I'd learned: you can't control everything. You can't make the world completely safe. All you can do is build walls where you need them, stay vigilant where it matters, and then, crucially, let yourself live anyway. Because if you don't, if you let fear consume every moment, then the bad people win even from behind bars. And I refuse to give them that. 6 months after the trials, I did something I'd been thinking about for a long time. I sold the house. Not because I had to, the trust owned it, and Lily's future was secure. But because every time I walked through those rooms, I saw Marcus standing in my living room. I heard Lily screaming in that warehouse. I felt the weight of everything we'd endured. The house had become a memorial to trauma. And we needed something new. We moved to a town 2 hours away. Smaller, quieter. Better schools. Lily transferred mid-year, which was hard, but she made friends quickly. Her teacher called me after the first week to say Lily was remarkably resilient and empathetic. I nearly cried in the grocery store parking lot when I got that message. The new house was different. Modern. Open floor plan, big windows, everything light and airy. No dark corners. No spaces for shadows to hide. On our first night there, Lily and I ordered pizza and sat on the floor of the empty living room, our voices echoing off the walls. "It smells like paint," she said. "We can pick out any color you want for your room tomorrow." "Really? Any color?" "Any color." She grinned. "Purple. Really purple. Like purple purple. Purple purple it is." We painted her room together that weekend. Made a mess of it, honestly, paint in our hair, on our clothes, laughing as we tried to reach the high corners. She chose a sparkly white for the ceiling, said it looked like stars. And maybe it did. Maybe we were building our own constellation, our own map of survival and hope and new beginnings. I started a new job too. Consulting work, mostly remote, which gave me flexibility to be there when Lily needed me. The pay was good, the work interesting. My co-workers didn't know about the trials or the kidnapping or any of it. I was just Elena, the new consultant with a quick smile and the professional presentations. It felt like freedom. But there were still hard days. Days when I'd see someone who looked like Marcus from behind and my heart would stop. Days when Lily would have a meltdown over something small, a misplaced toy, a forgotten snack, and I knew it wasn't really about the toy at all. Those days, we'd curl up on the couch together and watch her favorite movies. I'd hold her and remind her she was safe. Sometimes she'd cry. Sometimes I would too. Healing isn't pretty. It's not a straight line. It's messy and complicated, and some days you take 10 steps backward. But we kept moving forward anyway. A year after we moved, something unexpected happened. I got a letter. Not from Marcus or Shayna, they were both forbidden from contacting me. This letter was from a woman named Patricia Chen. She was the managing partner at the law firm where Shayna had worked. She'd followed the trial closely, she said, and felt compelled to reach out. "I should have done more when Shayna was with us," she wrote. "I suspected she was accessing files inappropriately, but I didn't have concrete proof, and our firm was going through a difficult period. I took the easy route and let her resign. I've regretted that decision every day since learning what she did to you and your family. I wanted you to know that I've implemented new protocols at the firm to prevent this from ever happening again. And I wanted to apologize, even though I know it doesn't change what you went through." I read the letter 3 times. Then I wrote back. "Thank you for your honesty. I appreciate your new protocols. But I need you to understand something. What happened to my family isn't your fault. Shayna made her choices. Marcus made his. They're responsible for their actions, not you. Guilt is heavy, and it's not yours to carry." I sent the letter and felt something shift inside me. Because I'd been carrying guilt too, guilt that I hadn't seen Marcus's instability sooner, that I hadn't protected Lily better, that I'd somehow failed as a sister, as a mother, as a person. But I was learning to set that down. To understand that I'd done the best I could with the information I had. That sometimes bad things happen despite our best efforts. That responsibility belongs to the people who do harm, not to those who fail to prevent it. It was a hard lesson. But necessary. Lily turned 9. We threw a party at the house, just a few friends, nothing elaborate. There was cake and laughter and games in the backyard. I watched her running around with her friends, completely carefree in that moment, and felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. Not naive hope. Not the kind that ignores reality or pretends everything is fine. But hope that lives alongside scars. Hope that says, yes, bad things happened, and yes, we survived them, and yes, there's still good in the world. That night, after everyone had gone home and Lily was asleep, I stood in my bedroom and looked at myself in the mirror. Really looked. I saw gray hairs I didn't have 2 years ago. Lines around my eyes from stress and sleepless nights. But I also saw strength. Determination. The face of someone who'd walked through fire and came out breathing. I'd fought for my daughter. I'd fought for our safety, our future, our right to exist without fear. And I'd won. Not perfectly. Not without cost. But won nonetheless. The legal system had done its job. Therapy was doing its job. Time was doing its job. And now it was my job to live. Really live. Not just survive, but thrive. So I did. I started painting again, something I'd loved in college but abandoned when life got busy. I joined a local art class. Met people who knew nothing about my past, who just enjoyed my company and my terrible pottery attempts. I dated, cautiously. Nothing serious, but it felt good to remember I was a person beyond single mother or trauma survivor. To laugh over coffee. To feel attraction without fear. Lily excelled in school. Started playing soccer. Made friends who came over for sleepovers and left nail polish stains on the bathroom counter. Normal life. Beautifully, wonderfully normal. And through it all, I kept the letters. The one from Aunt Beatrice's lawyer explaining her wishes. The one from Patricia expressing regret. Even the ones from Marcus, yes, he kept writing, and no, I never read them, but I kept them anyway. Evidence. Documentation. Proof that this had all really happened. Because some days, it felt like a nightmare I'd imagined. Like surely my brother hadn't really threatened my daughter. Surely Shayna hadn't planned it all for years. Surely we hadn't really lived through something so awful. But we had. And the letters reminded me that we'd also lived through the aftermath. The justice. The healing. 2 years after the trials, I got a call from the prosecutor. Marcus was up for parole review. He'd been a model prisoner, taken every therapy session offered, expressed genuine remorse. You can submit a victim impact statement, she told me. Tell the board how his actions affected you. It might influence their decision. I thought about it for days. Part of me wanted him to stay locked up forever. Part of me remembered the brother he'd been before everything went wrong. In the end, I wrote the statement. But it wasn't what anyone expected. Marcus's actions caused immeasurable harm to me and my daughter, I wrote. We've spent 2 years in therapy. We've moved our entire lives to feel safe. My daughter still has nightmares. I still struggle with trust. What he did was unforgivable, and I will never forget it. But I also believe in rehabilitation. If Marcus has truly changed, if he's done the work to understand why he did what he did and to become someone who would never harm another person, then I won't stand in the way of parole. Not for his sake, but because I refuse to let bitterness consume me. I hope he finds peace. I hope he finds redemption. But I also hope he stays far away from us for the rest of our lives. He was granted parole. Released after serving 4 years. I didn't attend the hearing. Didn't need to. I'd said what I needed to say. Lily and I were at the park when I got the notification. She was on the swings, pumping her legs, going higher and higher. Mom, watch. She called. Watch how high I can go. I watched. And I smiled. Because that's what mattered. Not Marcus. Not Shayna. Not the past. Just this, my daughter, fearless and free, soaring toward the sky. The house with the red door is long gone now. We have a blue door instead. Different address, different life. But the same us. Stronger, maybe. Definitely wiser. And absolutely, undeniably free.
Story 4.
2 weeks before our wedding, my mother tearfully pulled my fiancé aside and told him I'd been having an affair for months. She even showed him fake text messages as proof, all because my sister wanted him for herself. When he confronted me, I denied everything, but he just nodded silently and continued with the wedding plans. On our wedding day, while we were cutting the cake together, he suddenly picked it up and smashed it into my face. Then he served me with divorce papers in front of everyone, screaming, "Your mother showed me everything. Get out of my life." I didn't cry or scream. 4 weeks later, the truth came out, and what happened next left my ex-fiancé sobbing at my door, begging me to take him back. I need you to understand something before I tell you the rest. I didn't see it coming because I didn't want to. That's the part that keeps me up at night, not what they did, but how desperately I clung to the fantasy that the people who were supposed to love me actually did. 2 weeks before my wedding, my mother sat in her kitchen with my sister, planning my destruction. I know because I walked in on them. I heard my mother say, "We show him tomorrow. He'll call off the wedding himself." They looked up at me standing in the doorway. My mother's face went white. My sister smiled. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me back up so you can see how perfectly they played me. My name is Maya. I'm 28, an architect, and until 4 months ago, I thought I knew who I was. I was the smart daughter, the reliable one, the one who had her life together. My younger sister Lauren was 25 and the pretty one, the fun one, the one who needed rescuing. She'd moved back home after her 3rd failed relationship in 5 years, and I'd given her money every single time to help her land on her feet. My fiancé Daniel was a pediatric surgeon. 31, patient, ridiculously calm under pressure, the kind of man who remembered to text me good morning even after 4 years together. Everyone loved him. My mother loved him maybe too much. She'd light up when he walked into a room in a way she never did for me. But I told myself that was fine. Wasn't it good that my mother approved of my choice? Daniel proposed 2 years after my father died of a sudden heart attack. Dad had been the buffer in our family, the one who saw me clearly and made me feel valued for being myself instead of for fitting some image my mother preferred. After he died, something shifted in the family dynamic. Mom leaned harder on Lauren, and I felt more like an outsider in my own family. Still, I had Daniel. We were building something together. The wedding planning was actually going well. That should have been my first warning sign. Lauren had been unusually helpful, taking notes during dress fittings, coordinating with vendors, asking questions about Daniel's schedule so she could make sure we didn't book anything during his on-call days. She even helped Mom throw me a bridal shower where everyone seemed to have a great time. I remember sitting at Mom's kitchen table 3 weeks before the wedding, debating ivory versus champagne napkins while Lauren scrolled through her phone beside me. It was so ordinary. So safe. "Are you sure Daniel is the one?" Mom asked suddenly. I looked up from the fabric samples. "What kind of question is that?" "We're getting married in 3 weeks." "Marriage is permanent, Maya," she said it like I didn't know that. Like I hadn't spent 4 years with this man, building a life together, planning a future. "I know that, Mom." Lauren glanced up from her phone, something flickering across her face that I couldn't read. "Daniel's great," she said. "Maya's lucky." The moment passed. We chose the ivory napkins. But there were other moments, little splinters that worked their way under my skin. Daniel started leaving his phone face down during dinner. He'd never done that before. When I asked him about it, he said his hospital had a new privacy policy about patient information. It made sense. Everything made sense if I didn't look too closely. Then there was the necklace. Lauren showed up to a family dinner wearing a delicate silver pendant with a small sapphire. I froze when I saw it because Daniel had given me an identical one for our anniversary. I'd worn it every day for 6 months until the clasp broke and I sent it out for repair. "That's a beautiful necklace," I said carefully. Lauren touched it, smiling. "Thanks. I just bought it last week. It looks exactly like mine." "Daniel has good taste, I guess," she laughed. "Great minds think alike." The explanation was reasonable. Pendant necklaces like that weren't unique. But something about the way she touched it, possessive and knowing, made my stomach turn over. I didn't say anything else. What would I even say? Stop wearing jewelry that looks like mine? It sounded paranoid even in my own head. The real fracture came on a Tuesday evening, 2 weeks and 3 days before the wedding. I left work early because I'd finished a project ahead of schedule and wanted to surprise everyone by bringing dinner to Mom's house. Lauren had been staying there since her latest breakup, and Mom had been dropping hints that I didn't visit enough, so I figured I'd kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I let myself in through the side door. I'd had a key since I was 16. The kitchen light was on. I could hear Mom and Lauren talking, their voices low and urgent. I was about to call out when I heard Mom say, "We show him tomorrow. He'll call off the wedding himself." I stopped breathing. "Are you sure about the photos?" That was Lauren. "They look real?" "I had them professionally edited. Her bracelet, her hair color, everything. He won't question it." My vision tunneled. I couldn't move. "And the text messages?" Lauren again, her voice eager. "Already? Enough to prove months of an affair. He'll be devastated." I must have made a sound, a gasp or a step, because they both looked up. Mom's face drained of color. Lauren's expression shifted from conspiratorial excitement to something else. Something that looked almost like satisfaction. "Maya." Mom stood up so fast her chair scraped against the floor. "We didn't hear you come in." I stared at them. "What are you doing?" "Nothing, honey. Just wedding planning." Mom's voice was too bright, too quick. Lauren was watching me with this small smile, like she was enjoying watching me try to piece it together. "You're planning to show Daniel something. Something that would make him call off the wedding." My voice sounded far away. "You misheard," Mom said, but her hands were shaking. I didn't mishear anything. I looked at Lauren. "What photos were you talking about?" Lauren shrugged. "I don't know what you're talking about." They were gaslighting me in real time, and I didn't have any proof of what I'd heard except my own ears. I looked at Mom's phone sitting on the table between them, but I'd never get to it before she grabbed it. "I need to go," I said. I walked out. My hands were trembling so badly I dropped my car keys twice before I got the door unlocked. I sat in the driveway for 10 minutes, trying to slow my breathing, trying to make sense of what I'd heard. My mother was planning to show Daniel something that would make him call off our wedding. Photos. Text messages. Proof of an affair. An affair I wasn't having. I drove home and called Daniel. He didn't answer. I called again. Nothing. I texted, "Can you come over? It's important." He replied 3 hours later, at the hospital. Long night. Talk tomorrow? I barely slept. I kept playing it over in my head, trying to find another explanation. Maybe I'd misunderstood. Maybe they were talking about someone else's relationship. Maybe it was some kind of joke. But the look on Lauren's face, triumphant, eager, cruel, that wasn't a joke. The accusation. Daniel came to my apartment the next evening. I knew something was wrong the moment I opened the door. His face was stone. Not angry, worse. Shut down. "We need to talk," he said. My stomach dropped. About what? He walked past me into the living room but didn't sit. "Your mother called me this morning. She asked me to come to her house. She said she had something I needed to see before the wedding." Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Daniel, she showed me text messages, Maya. Hundreds of them between you and Marcus from your office. She showed me photos. She showed me hotel receipts. His voice was flat, clinical. Like he was delivering a diagnosis. She was crying. She said she couldn't let me marry you without knowing the truth. The room tilted. That's not true. None of that is true. There were photos of you. Wearing your bracelet. The one I gave you. I don't know what photos you're talking about, but they're fake. Daniel, I swear to you, I'm not having an affair. I would never. How do you explain the bracelet? I don't know. I don't know how they faked it, but they? I stopped. I'd said too much. Or not enough. My mother and Lauren. I heard them yesterday. They were planning this. They were talking about showing you something that would make you call off the wedding. He stared at me. So your defense is that your mother is framing you? Yes. I could hear how insane it sounded. I know how that sounds, but I heard them. They had photos edited. Why would your own mother do that? I didn't have an answer. Not one that made sense. Not one I could prove. I don't know, I whispered. Daniel looked at me for a long time. I tried to read his face, anger, hurt, doubt, anything, but there was nothing. Just that terrible clinical distance. Okay, he said finally. Okay, what? Okay. We'll continue with the wedding as planned. I blinked. What? The invitations are sent. The venue is paid for. The guests are traveling. We'll get married as planned. Daniel, I'm telling you the truth. I'm not. I heard you. He turned toward the door. I'll see you at the rehearsal dinner. He left. I stood in my empty apartment, shaking, trying to understand what had just happened. He didn't believe me. That much was clear. But he was still going through with the wedding? Why? I called Marcus immediately. He was my colleague, married with 2 kids, someone I'd worked with on exactly 3 projects over the past 2 years. We'd exchanged maybe 20 texts total, all work-related. Maya? Hey, what's up? This is going to sound strange, but have you been texting me outside of work? Silence. What? No. Why? Can you check your sent messages? Just humor me. He did. Nothing. Just the handful of texts I remembered, project updates, quick questions, a single message 6 months ago asking if I wanted to grab coffee to discuss a blueprint issue. We'd met at a Starbucks near the office at 2 in the afternoon on a Wednesday. His wife had dropped by halfway through. Marcus, if someone asked you about me, what would you say? That you're professional and good at your job? He sounded concerned now. Maya, what's going on? I couldn't explain. Nothing. Thanks. I hung up and checked my phone, my laptop, my tablet. I went through my iCloud, my emails, my credit card statements. There was nothing. No evidence of any affair because there had been no affair. Which meant everything my mother had shown Daniel was fabricated. But how do you prove something didn't happen? How do you prove a negative? I tried calling Mom. She didn't answer. I called Lauren. Straight to voicemail. I drove to Mom's house. No one was home. I was screaming into a void and no one was listening. The next 2 weeks were torture. Daniel went through every wedding motion mechanically, the rehearsal dinner, the vendor final checks, the ceremony walkthrough. He was cordial, polite, present, and completely absent in every way that mattered. He didn't touch me. Didn't meet my eyes. spoke to me only when necessary. I kept trying to reach my mother. She finally answered on day 4. Mom, please. You have to tell Daniel the truth. Whatever you showed him, it wasn't real. Maya. Her voice was thick with tears. I'm trying to protect you from yourself. You need help. I don't need help. I need you to stop lying. I saw the messages, honey. I saw the photos. You can't keep living in denial. She actually believed it. Or she was pretending to believe it so convincingly that I couldn't tell the difference. The woman who raised me was looking at fabricated evidence and choosing to believe it over her own daughter's word. Or she wasn't choosing at all. She'd created it. Lauren was staying with a friend. I couldn't reach her. Couldn't confront her. Couldn't make her admit what they'd done. I thought about calling off the wedding. Every single day, I thought about running. But something stubborn and furious in me refused. If I ran, everyone would think I was guilty. Everyone would believe I'd been caught and had fled. The fake evidence would become real in everyone's narrative. So I decided to face it. Whatever Daniel was planning, because he was clearly planning something, I would stand there and take it and prove I had nothing to hide. My best friend Tessa thought I was being crazy. Maya, he doesn't believe you. Why would you marry someone who thinks you're lying to him? I'm not marrying him. He's made that clear. But I'm showing up. I'm not going to let them make me the villain by running away. But what if? I know. I did know. I knew something bad was coming. I could feel it in the way Daniel looked at me, or didn't look at me. In the careful distance he maintained. In the way his jaw tightened every time someone mentioned the wedding. He was planning something public. Something humiliating. And I was going to let it happen because I didn't know what else to do. The wedding day, I almost threw up 3 times before the ceremony. Tessa helped me into my dress, simple, elegant, ivory silk that cost more than my first car. My hands shook so badly she had to button it for me. You can still leave, she whispered. We can walk out right now. I'll drive. We'll go anywhere. I looked at myself in the mirror. I looked beautiful. I looked like a bride. I looked like someone about to make the biggest mistake of her life. No, I said. I need to see this through. The ceremony was in a botanical garden, late afternoon sun filtering through the trees. 200 guests. My mother in the front row wearing lavender, dabbing her eyes with a tissue. And Lauren beside her. Lauren in a pale blue dress. I'd specifically asked the bridesmaids not to wear blue. I told everyone in the wedding party, sage green or soft pink only. But there was Lauren, sitting in the front row like a guest, wearing the exact shade of blue I'd wanted my bridesmaids in before I changed my mind. She looked up as I walked down the aisle. Our eyes met. She smiled. Not a supportive smile. Not a sister's smile. A triumphant smile. And I knew. Right then, I knew this wasn't just about destroying my wedding. This was about taking something from me. This was about Lauren wanting what I had. Daniel was waiting at the altar. He looked handsome in his suit, composed, distant. When I reached him, he didn't smile. Just gave a small nod. The officiant began. I barely heard the words. I kept searching the crowd for something, I don't know what. Proof? Support? An escape route? When it came time for vows, Daniel spoke in a flat, rehearsed voice. No emotion. No warmth. Just words. My turn. My voice shook. I promised to be honest with you, to support you, too. I stopped. The words felt like lies even though they weren't. Even though I'd written them months ago when I still believed we had a future. I finished. Barely. The officiant pronounced us married. Daniel kissed me, brief, perfunctory, cold. Then we walked down the aisle together, his hand gripping mine too tight. Painful. I tried to pull away slightly, but his fingers tightened like a vice. The reception was in an adjoining pavilion. Cocktail hour, dinner, toasts that felt like eulogies. And then the cake cutting. The photographer, Daniel's cousin Emma, was positioned strangely close to us. Too close. Like she was expecting something specific. The DJ had gone completely silent. No music. The room was waiting. Daniel's hand closed over mine on the cake knife. Too tight again. Crushing. I looked up at him. Daniel. That's when I saw it. The calculation in his eyes. The coiled tension in his shoulders. This was it. This was the moment he'd been planning. He let go of my hand and picked up the entire top tier of the cake, 3 layers, buttercream frosting, fresh flowers, and before I could process what was happening, he smashed it into my face. Not playful. Not gentle. Punishing. The force of it snapped my head back. Frosting in my eyes, my nose, my mouth. I couldn't breathe. Couldn't see. The sweetness of buttercream was suffocating, invasive, choking me. I heard gasps. Shocked silence. Then Daniel's voice cutting through it all. Your mother showed me everything. Every lie. Every hotel room. Every text message. Every photo of you with Marcus. I'm not going to be married to a cheater. I clawed frosting out of my eyes. The room was spinning. Someone pushed an envelope into Daniel's hand. A woman I didn't recognize, professional, detached. A paralegal. You're being served, Daniel said, his voice carrying across the silent pavilion. Divorce papers. Get out of my life. The envelope hit my chest and fell to the floor. The crowd erupted. Shouting, gasps, my mother sobbing somewhere. Someone was filming. Multiple people were filming. I wiped frosting from my face with numb hands. My dress was ruined. My vision was blurred. I tasted buttercream and humiliation and the complete destruction of everything I thought I knew. Through the chaos, I found Lauren in the crowd. She wasn't shocked. Wasn't horrified. She was watching me with pure satisfaction. And then she moved. A small gesture, barely noticeable in the chaos. Her hand reached out and touched Daniel's arm. Familiar. Possessive. Comforting. He leaned into her touch. Just for a second. But it was enough. I understood. This was never about punishing me for a fake affair. This was about justifying the real one. This was about Daniel and Lauren creating a narrative where he was the victim and I was the villain so they could be together without looking like the terrible people they actually were. My mother wasn't trying to protect me or protect Daniel. She was trying to give my fiancé to my sister. And they'd all succeeded. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I couldn't make my voice work at all. I just stood there, covered in cake, holding divorce papers, while my husband of 45 minutes walked away from me toward my sister. Tessa appeared at my elbow. Come on. Let's go. She guided me out through the service entrance. I left my flowers. Left my shoes. Left 200 witnesses and a viral video that would follow me for months. I left everything except the crushing weight of betrayal. The aftermath. The first week, I stayed with Tessa. I couldn't go to my apartment because the press had figured out where I lived. Local news picked up the story, groom serves bride divorce papers at wedding reception. The video of Daniel smashing cake in my face had 500,000 views online. In the video, you could see me flinch. You could see the force of impact. You could see frosting in my hair, my eyes, coating my face like a mask. The comments were vicious. She must have really screwed him over. He's a surgeon, he could have anyone, why would he marry a cheater? That cake smash was brutal. She deserved it though. I was put on administrative leave from my job until the scandal dies down. They didn't fire me. Not technically. Just made it clear I wasn't welcome while I was dealing with personal issues. Daniel had blocked me on everything. My mother wouldn't answer calls. Lauren had made her Instagram private, but not before I saw she'd posted photos of herself at my favorite restaurant. With Daniel. They weren't even hiding it. I spent most of that first week either sleeping or staring at the wall. Tessa would bring me food I couldn't eat. Would sit with me while I didn't speak. Would turn off the TV when the news story came on. We should sue them, she said on day 5. All of them. Your mom, Lauren, Daniel. This is defamation. With what proof? My voice was hoarse from disuse. How do I prove something didn't happen? There has to be a way. But I couldn't see it. Every time I tried to think clearly, I'd smell buttercream frosting and my throat would close up. The scent was everywhere, in Tessa's kitchen when she baked cookies, in the grocery store bakery aisle, in my own hair even after washing it 4 times. My body remembered the violation. Remembered being held still while something was forced on me, into me, suffocating me. Remembered the crowd watching. Remembered being made into a public spectacle of shame. I was breaking. I could feel it happening. On day 7, my mother left a voicemail. Maya, honey, please. Just sign the divorce papers and move on. Don't make this harder than it has to be. Daniel's a good man. He deserves to be happy. You both deserve to move on. Please, just let this go. Her voice was desperate. Not angry. Desperate. And that's when something clicked. She wasn't calling to apologize. She was calling because she was afraid. They were afraid I wouldn't go quietly. I sat up in bed for the first time in days. "Tessa?" She appeared in the doorway. "Yeah? I need your help. And I need a really good lawyer." "What are you thinking?" I smiled for the first time since the wedding. It probably looked feral. "I'm thinking it's time to stop defending myself and start investigating." Tessa worked in IT for a major tech company. She knew people. People who knew how to trace digital footprints, recover deleted data, subpoena phone records. I hired a lawyer named Patricia Vance who specialized in defamation and fraud. She was in her 50s, had a reputation for being merciless, and charged more per hour than I made in a day. I didn't care. I liquidated my savings. "Talk me through everything," Patricia said at our first meeting. "Every detail. Everything you overheard. Every strange moment leading up to the wedding." I told her. All of it. The overheard conversation. The necklace. Daniel's phone going face down. Lauren asking about his schedule. The fake evidence. The wedding day execution. Patricia listened without interrupting, taking notes in neat handwriting. When I finished, she said, "You're not crazy. This is a conspiracy. And conspiracies leave trails." We started with the obvious, phone records. Tessa's contact got us 3 months of call logs and text metadata for my mother, Lauren, and Daniel. We couldn't see message content without a warrant, but we could see when messages were sent and to whom. The patterns emerged immediately. Lauren and Daniel had been texting constantly for 4 months. Multiple times per day. Often late at night. Often when I'd been out of town for work. My mother had been in contact with both of them separately during the same period, coordinating. We cross-referenced the timing with my calendar. Every work trip I'd taken, every late night I'd stayed at the office, Lauren and Daniel had been in contact. And Mom had been looping in. "This is good," Patricia said. "But we need more. We need the affair itself." That's when Tessa's real talent came in. "Cloud storage," she said. "Everyone backs up their photos automatically and most people don't know how to permanently delete cloud data." Lauren's iCloud had been hacked 6 weeks earlier. I found the notification email in her trash folder when I logged into her email using a password I knew she reused for everything. Inside her photo backup were the images my mother had shown Daniel. The fake affair photos. Except they weren't taken where Mom claimed. Tessa ran them through forensic analysis software. The background showed Lauren's bedroom, her distinctive purple curtains visible in the corner. The hotel photos had been taken in Lauren's room at Mom's house. The bracelet I was supposedly wearing? Lauren had borrowed mine when the clasp broke, before I'd sent it for repair. The timestamp showed the photos were taken months ago and edited 2 weeks before the wedding. Mom had paid for professional photo editing services. We found the receipts in her email, a company specializing in photo restoration and manipulation. But the real smoking gun came from somewhere I didn't expect. A parking garage security camera. Someone, we never found out who, sent an anonymous email to Patricia's office. Just a video file. No message. The video was dated 5 months before the wedding. A parking garage near Daniel's hospital. Timestamped 11:47 p.m. Daniel's car? Daniel and Lauren pressed against it, kissing. His hands in her hair. Her leg wrapped around his hip. Not a friendly goodbye. A passionate, desperate, secretive kiss. The timestamp showed it was the same night Daniel had told me he was working late. The same night he'd come home at 1 a.m. and climbed into bed beside me without saying a word. He'd been with Lauren. This wasn't a case of Daniel being fooled by fake evidence and reacting to my alleged affair. This was Daniel already having an affair with my sister and using Mom's fake evidence as an excuse to leave me for her without looking like the villain. They'd planned it together. All 3 of them. My mother had created the affair evidence. Daniel had pretended to believe it. They coordinated the public humiliation at the wedding, making sure photographers were positioned, making sure the moment was captured, making sure everyone saw me as the cheater and Daniel as the wronged victim. Then he was free to be with Lauren. And no one would blame him because I was the terrible person who destroyed our marriage. Except I hadn't. They had. I sat in Patricia's office watching that parking garage video on repeat. Daniel's hands on my sister. My sister's hands on my future husband. 5 months before my wedding. While I was picking out flowers and arguing with vendors and trusting the people I loved. "We have them," Patricia said quietly. "We have all of them." I looked at her. "What do we do?" She smiled. It was not a kind smile. We destroy them legally, systematically. And we make sure they can never do this to anyone else. The unraveling. I didn't leak the video. That would have been satisfying but temporary. Public shaming burns hot and fades fast. I wanted permanent consequences. Patricia filed a formal complaint with Daniel's medical board. The complaint outlined how Dr. Daniel Chen had initiated a romantic relationship with Lauren Morrison, the sister of a patient family member he'd met through his hospital work. We included the parking garage footage, the text message metadata, and statements from hospital staff who'd seen them together. The medical board took professional conduct violations seriously, especially when they involved potential conflicts of interest with patient families. We filed a civil suit against Carol Morrison and Lauren Morrison for defamation, fraud, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and conspiracy. We had the fake photos, the editing receipts, the text message coordination, everything. And then Patricia did something brilliant. She sent the complete evidence package to 17 members of my extended family, aunts, uncles, cousins, my father's brother who'd never liked my mother, with a cover letter explaining exactly what had been done to me. We didn't go to the press. We went to the people whose opinions my mother actually cared about. The dominoes started falling within 48 hours. Daniel's hospital launched an investigation. He was placed on administrative review pending the board's findings. The chief of pediatrics called me personally to apologize. He'd seen the wedding video online and assumed Daniel was the victim. Now he understood he'd been wrong. My mother's church community, where she'd been a member for 20 years, got the evidence package from my uncle. The pastor called her in for a meeting. She was asked to step down from her volunteer positions while the situation was resolved. Lauren lost her new job. She'd just started as a medical device sales rep, and the background check company caught the pending litigation during their routine screening process. But the real destruction was quieter and more personal. My mother's friends stopped calling her. The neighbors who'd thrown her a party when she'd first moved into that house 30 years ago stopped waving when they saw her. The women from her book club removed her from the group chat. She'd gambled that everyone would believe her version, grieving mother trying to save her daughter's fiancé from a cheater. She'd counted on me disappearing quietly, signing the divorce papers, maybe moving away. She hadn't counted on me fighting back with lawyers and evidence and the patience to watch everything she'd built collapse slowly. Lauren fled. I found out through Instagram, she'd unblocked me, maybe by accident, that she was in Arizona staying with a friend. The posts were erratic, defensive. Everyone's so quick to judge when they don't know the whole story. Family is supposed to support you. But Daniel was the one who broke first. It was 2 a.m. on a Thursday, 4 weeks after the wedding. I was staying in a hotel now, trying to avoid the cameras that still occasionally showed up at Tessa's apartment. Someone knocked on my door. Hotel security had called up, "A Daniel Chen is here to see you. Should we send him away?" I should have said yes, but I needed to see him. Needed to see what 4 weeks of consequences looked like on the face of the man who destroyed me. Send him up. He looked terrible. He'd lost weight. His eyes were hollow. His hands shook when he raised them to knock again, even though the door was already opening. "Maya." His voice cracked. "Please. I need to talk to you." I didn't invite him in. Didn't move from the doorway. "Talk." "I'm sorry." He started crying. Actually sobbing, his whole body shaking. "I'm so sorry. I never meant for it to go that far. Your mother, she approached me 6 months ago. She told me you were like your father, distant, cold, that you'd never make me happy. She said Lauren had always loved me, from the first time we met at your dad's funeral. She said if I just waited, if I gave her time, she'd handle everything. Make it easy. Make it so no one would blame me." I stared at him. "So you went along with it?" "I loved you." He was on his knees now, actually on his knees in the hotel hallway. "I swear I loved you once. But your mother was so convincing. And Lauren was there, wanting me, when you were always gone for work. Always traveling. Always busy. She made me feel wanted?" I finished for him. "She made you feel wanted while I was out earning money to help pay for our wedding. While I was building a career to support our future. While I was being a full human being instead of just an audience for your ego." "Yes." "No. I don't know." He was falling apart. I didn't know about the fake affair evidence until after. "I swear. Your mother showed me those photos and messages after Lauren and I had after we'd already started seeing each other. She said it was proof you'd moved on too. That we were both unhappy. That this was a clean break? And the wedding? My voice was ice. Smashing cake in my face? Serving me divorce papers in front of 200 people? That was a clean break? I didn't plan that. Lauren planned it. She said you needed to understand what you'd lost. She said, he stopped. She was wrong. I was wrong. We were all wrong. You enjoyed it. The words came out quiet, but he flinched like I'd shouted. You didn't just betray me. You enjoyed destroying me. You made sure there were cameras. You wanted everyone to see. You wanted me humiliated because it made leaving me for my sister feel less pathetic. I was angry. I thought you'd been lying to me too. You knew I hadn't. You knew those messages were fake because you knew I'd never been with Marcus. You'd been with Lauren. You knew the truth and you chose to destroy me anyway because it was easier than admitting you were the villain. He didn't deny it. Just kept crying. The hospital suspended me, he said finally. The medical board is investigating. I could lose my license. Lauren left. She's in Arizona. She won't return my calls. Your mother is finally experiencing consequences for her actions, I said. Just like you. Please. He reached for me. I stepped back. Please, Maya. I love you. I never stopped loving you. This whole thing with Lauren was a mistake. A terrible mistake. I want you back. I'll do anything. Anything. I looked at him. Really looked at him. This man I'd planned to spend my life with. This man I'd trusted completely. This man who'd put his hands on my sister months before our wedding and then stood at an altar and made me promise him forever while knowing he was going to destroy me. No, I said. Maya, please, you didn't just betray me. You made me doubt my own sanity. You made me question everything I knew about myself. You made me stand in front of everyone I loved and be humiliated. You took the happiest day of my life and turned it into my worst nightmare. And you did all of that because it was convenient for you. I'll make it up to you. I swear, you can't. Some things can't be fixed. I started to close the door. You chose this. You chose Lauren. You chose the lie. Now live with it. I closed the door while he was still on his knees in the hallway. Still crying. Still begging. I locked the door, walked to the bathroom, and threw up. Not because I felt sorry for him. Because seeing him like that, broken, desperate, pathetic, didn't make me feel better. It didn't heal anything. It just confirmed that I'd given 4 years of my life to someone who crumbled the moment things got difficult. I'd built my life around someone made of paper. The letter. 1 week later, I received a letter. Not an email. An actual letter, forwarded to Patricia's office because Lauren didn't know where I was staying. The postmark was from Tucson, Arizona. Patricia handed it to me across her desk. You don't have to read it. But I did. I needed to. The handwriting was Lauren's, looping, careless, the same handwriting that had signed birthday cards and grocery lists and thank you notes for the money I'd given her over the years. Maya, I'm not going to apologize because I'm not sorry. You always got everything. You were the smart one, the successful one, the one Dad was proud of. I was just the pretty one. The fun one. The one who needed help. Do you know what it's like to live in your shadow? To watch everyone love you while I was just the consolation prize? When I met Daniel at Dad's funeral, he barely looked at me. He only had eyes for you. And I hated you for it. Another thing Maya got that I didn't. Mom understood. She knew what it was like to be second choice. Dad loved her, but not the way he loved his work. Not the way he loved you. She was just the woman who kept the house running while he and his brilliant daughter talked about architecture and design. So yeah, we planned it. We planned all of it. The photos, the messages, the timing. Mom said if we did it right, Daniel would come to me and everyone would understand. No one would blame him for leaving a cheater. And it worked. For about 3 months. Then Daniel couldn't stop talking about you. About how you used to laugh at his stupid jokes. About how you always knew exactly what to order for him at restaurants. About how you fit perfectly under his arm when you watched movies together. Do you know what it's like to be with someone who's in love with someone else? To know you're just the replacement? The downgrade? He keeps your photo in his wallet. The one from your first anniversary. He took it out last week and just stared at it for 20 minutes while I was sitting right there. He dreams about you. He wakes up calling your name. Mom won't talk to me anymore. She says I ruined everything. That I was supposed to make him happy so the whole thing would be worth it. But I can't make him happy because I'm not you. I'm leaving Arizona. I don't know where I'm going yet. Daniel keeps calling. Mom keeps calling. I'm not answering. You should know something, though. One day, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not this year, Daniel is going to realize he destroyed the wrong woman. He's going to understand what he had with you and what he lost. And I'll never be enough. I'll always be the sister he settled for after he ruined his chance with you. I'm not sorry for trying to take what you had. But I'm sorry I ended up with this. Lauren. I read it twice. Then I handed it to Patricia. She scanned it quickly, her expression unchanging. This is effectively a confession. We can use this. I don't want to use it. She looked up, surprised. Maya. She's already destroyed. They all are. I stood up. I don't need to keep punishing them. They're punishing themselves just fine. That's very mature of you. I laughed. It sounded bitter. It's not maturity. It's exhaustion. I just want to be done. Patricia nodded slowly. The settlement conference is scheduled for next week. Your mother's lawyer has indicated she's willing to pay substantial damages. Lauren is judgment-proof, no assets, no income, but your mother will cover her portion to make this go away. And Daniel? The divorce is uncontested. He's not asking for anything. The medical board issued a formal reprimand that will stay on his permanent record. He's been demoted at the hospital and is currently seeing a therapist as part of his remediation plan. Consequences. Real, permanent consequences. It should have felt like victory. It mostly felt like ash. 6 months later, I moved to Seattle. New city, new job, new life. My new firm didn't Google me before hiring, or if they did, they decided the woman in those viral videos wasn't the same as the architect with the impressive portfolio they were interviewing. I got a studio apartment with big windows. Bought new furniture. Didn't bring anything from my old life except my laptop and my father's watch. The lawsuit settled. Patricia called with the news while I was unpacking boxes in my new kitchen. Your mother is selling her house to cover the settlement. She's moving in with her sister in Florida. How much? Enough to cover your legal fees and compensate you for job loss, emotional distress, and reputational damage. It's a good settlement, Maya. Better than if we'd gone to trial. Okay. There's a non-disclosure agreement. Standard in cases like this. You can't talk publicly about the case or the settlement terms. That's fine. I don't want to talk about it. I hung up and went back to unpacking dishes. The money would hit my account in 30 days. I'd already decided what to do with it: donate half to a women's crisis center, put the rest in savings, try to forget where it came from. Blood money. That's what it felt like. My therapy appointments were on Thursdays. Dr. Rivera was patient, kind, and didn't push me to forgive anyone. Forgiveness is optional, she said during our third session. Healing isn't about forgiving the people who hurt you. It's about learning to live with what happened without letting it consume you. But I can't eat cake, I said. I can't walk past a bakery without my throat closing up. I can't see wedding photos on social media without having a panic attack. How is that healing? Those are trauma responses. They're your body's way of protecting you from a threat it remembers. We can work on that with exposure therapy if you want. But healing isn't about making those responses disappear. It's about understanding them and choosing how much power they have over your life. I thought about that a lot. The smell of buttercream still made me nauseous. Still made my hands shake. Still transported me back to that moment, Daniel's face above me, the crushing force of cake against my skin, the suffocating sweetness, the crowd's gasps, the humiliation burning through me like acid. Some scars don't fade. They just become part of you. I made new friends in Seattle. Told them I was divorced but didn't elaborate. They didn't push. People rarely do when you make it clear a topic is off limits. I went on a few dates. They were fine. Pleasant. Forgettable. One guy, a teacher named Marcus, which was such cosmic irony I almost laughed, asked me on a fourth date why I tensed up every time he reached for my hand. I'm working through some trust issues, I said. From your divorce? Yeah. He was quiet for a moment. Then, do you think you'll ever trust anyone again? I don't know. Maybe. Someday. We didn't go on a fifth date. He was nice about it. Said he hoped I found what I was looking for. I wasn't looking for anything. That was the problem. My mother tried to call once, 3 months after I moved. I let it go to voicemail. Maya, honey, it's Mom. I know you probably don't want to talk to me. I understand. I just wanted you to know I'm moving to Florida next week. Aunt Susan has a guest house. I'll be staying there for a while. Long pause. The sound of crying? I thought I was helping Lauren. I thought if she had someone stable, someone good like Daniel, she'd finally be happy. I didn't know he was using both of you. I didn't know he was lying to me too. I just wanted one of my daughters to be happy. I know that's not an excuse. I know what I did was unforgivable. I just wanted you to know that I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She hung up. I never called back. Sorry wasn't enough. Sorry didn't undo the fake photos or the public humiliation or the fact that my own mother had chosen my sister over me. Had decided I was disposable if it meant Lauren could have what she wanted. Some betrayals are too fundamental to forgive. Dr. Rivera said that was okay too. On a random Tuesday in April, I was at a coffee shop near my office when I saw a bride through the window. She was standing on the sidewalk in full wedding regalia, white dress, veil, flowers, laughing with her fiancé while their photographer circled them. They looked so happy. So completely, unself-consciously happy. And for just a moment, I was back there. I felt frosting on my face, thick and suffocating. Felt the weight of divorce papers hitting my chest. Felt 200 pairs of eyes watching me fall apart. My throat closed. My hands started shaking. I put down my coffee cup before I dropped it. The barista noticed. "You okay?" I nodded, not trusting my voice. But I wasn't okay. I was drowning in a coffee shop because a stranger in a wedding dress existed in my line of sight. Then I did what Dr. Rivera taught me. I counted my breaths. 5 in, 7 out. I focused on my feet on the floor, the chair beneath me, the sounds of the espresso machine and quiet conversations around me. Present moment. Not past. Present. The panic receded slowly. The bride outside climbed into a car with her fiancé. They drove away. The street was just a street again. I finished my coffee. Paid. Left. On my way out, I realized something. The panic had passed. It had come, peaked, and passed. I'd survived it. That was healing too. Not the absence of pain, but the ability to move through it. I was learning. The voicemail, on my birthday, September 23rd, 6 months and 2 weeks after the wedding, Daniel left me a voicemail. I almost deleted it without listening. But something made me press play. "Maya. It's Daniel. I know you probably don't want to hear from me. I know you have every right to hate me. It's your birthday. I always called on your birthday. For 4 years, I called. And I know I don't have that right anymore. I know I lost that right when I did what I did. But I needed to say this. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I believed your mother. I'm sorry I didn't trust you. I'm sorry I went along with their plan because it was easier than admitting I was having an affair. I'm sorry I humiliated you at our wedding. I'm sorry I turned what should have been the happiest day of your life into your worst nightmare. I'm sorry I chose Lauren over you. I'm sorry I..." His voice broke. He was crying. "I'm sorry for all of it. You deserved better. You deserved someone who loved you enough to question the evidence. Someone who trusted you enough to believe you. Someone who chose you even when it was hard. And I didn't do any of that. I failed you in every possible way. I know you've moved on. I know you're in Seattle. I'm not asking you to come back. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I just needed you to know that I know what I lost. I know what I destroyed. And I'm going to spend the rest of my life regretting it. Happy birthday, Maya. I hope you're happy. I hope you find someone who deserves you. Someone who's better than I could ever be. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry." The message cut off. Voicemail full. I sat on my couch holding my phone, staring at the notification. 17 minutes long. 17 minutes of apologies that changed nothing. I should have deleted it. Instead, I saved it. Not because I forgave him. Not because I wanted him back. But because it was proof. Proof that I hadn't imagined any of it. Proof that it had been real and terrible and not my fault. Sometimes you need to save the evidence of your own survival. I didn't call him back. Didn't text. Didn't acknowledge the voicemail at all. But I kept it. Filed it away like a court document. Evidence that the person who destroyed me knew exactly what they'd done. That night, Tessa called to wish me happy birthday. "How are you doing?" she asked. "Better," I said. And it was true. Not perfect. Not healed. But better than 6 months ago when I'd been living in her guest room, unable to shower without crying. Daniel called me, Tessa said carefully. Wanted to know if you were seeing anyone. If you were happy. What did you tell him? That you're none of his business anymore. I smiled. Good. He sounded terrible, Maya. Like really terrible. Good, I said again. And I meant it. Not because I enjoyed his suffering, I was too tired for revenge, but because his suffering meant he understood. Meant consequences were real and permanent, and sometimes you don't get to undo your mistakes. You're allowed to feel good about that, Tessa said gently. They hurt you. It's okay to be glad they're suffering consequences. I don't feel good about it. I feel empty about it. Like it's just information. They're suffering. I'm rebuilding. Those are just facts. That's probably healthy? Maybe. We talked for another hour. She told me about her new girlfriend, about drama at her office, about her cat's ongoing war with the vacuum cleaner. Normal things. Present things. When we hung up, I looked at my reflection in the dark window. 29 years old. Divorced. Traumatized. Living alone in a city where no one knew my story. Starting over. It wasn't the life I'd planned. But it was mine. And I was learning to live in it without waiting for permission or forgiveness or closure from the people who'd broken me. 1 year later, the 1-year anniversary of the wedding fell on a Saturday. I didn't plan anything special. Didn't mark it on my calendar. But my body remembered. I woke up with my heart racing at exactly 4 a.m., the time I'd woken up that morning last year, too nervous to sleep, staring at my wedding dress hanging on the closet door. This year, I got up and made coffee. Sat by the window watching Seattle wake up. Thought about what I'd lost and what I'd survived. By afternoon, I felt restless. Decided to go for a walk. I ended up at a bakery. Not on purpose. I was just walking and there it was, a small French bakery with wedding cakes displayed in the window. Elegant. Beautiful. Exactly the kind of place I would have loved a year ago. I stood on the sidewalk staring at those cakes for 20 minutes. My hands were shaking. My throat was tight. But I didn't leave. Dr. Rivera's voice in my head, avoidance is a survival strategy, but eventually it becomes a cage. When you're ready, you can choose to confront the trigger instead of running from it. Was I ready? I didn't know. But I went inside anyway. The bakery smelled like butter and sugar and vanilla. Like everything I'd been avoiding for a year. My stomach turned over, but I stayed. Can I help you? The woman behind the counter was young, friendly, covered in flour. I stopped. What did I need? I need a cupcake. Sure. What flavor? I looked at the display. Chocolate. Vanilla. Red velvet. All topped with buttercream frosting. Vanilla, I said. With buttercream. She boxed it up. I paid. Walked to a park nearby. Sat on a bench holding this cupcake like it was a live grenade. It was just a cupcake. Just sugar and flour and frosting. It had no power over me unless I gave it power. I took a breath. Peeled off the wrapper. Raised it to my mouth. The smell hit me first, that sweet, overwhelming buttercream scent. My body tensed, preparing for the panic. The memory of suffocation, of violation, of public humiliation. But I didn't stop. I took a bite. It tasted like cake. Just cake. Sweet. Pleasant. Ordinary. I didn't finish it. Only ate about half before the memories became too intense and I had to stop. But I'd done it. I confronted the thing that had haunted me for a year, and I'd survived it. That night, I called Dr. Rivera and told her what I'd done. How do you feel? She asked. Proud, I said. And then I started crying. Not sad crying. Just releasing. I feel really proud of myself. You should be. That took tremendous courage. It's just a cupcake. It's never just a cupcake. No. It wasn't. It was proof that I was reclaiming my life one small piece at a time. Proof that what they'd done to me didn't have to define me forever. Proof that I was stronger than my trauma. I didn't forgive them. Didn't want to. Didn't need to. But I was learning to live beyond what they'd done. And that was enough. The grocery store. 3 months after the cupcake incident, I was at the grocery store when I saw her. Lauren. She was in the produce section, examining avocados, wearing a jacket I recognized because it used to be mine. I'd left it at Mom's house years ago. For a second, we just stared at each other. She looked different. Older. Tired. Her hair was shorter, darker. The vibrant, charismatic energy that used to radiate from her was gone. She looked like someone who'd lost something vital and hadn't figured out how to find it again. "Maya," she said. I should have walked away. Should have turned around and left the store. Should have protected myself from this confrontation. Instead, I said, "You're back." "Just visiting Mom for the weekend. She's still in Florida, but she came back to settle some things with the house." "Okay." Silence. Heavy and awkward and full of everything we weren't saying. "You look good," Lauren said finally. "Healthy." "Thanks. I heard you moved to Seattle." "Yeah." "Do you like it?" "I do." More silence. Then Lauren said, "I'm sorry." I laughed. "Couldn't help it. You said you weren't sorry. In your letter. You said you weren't sorry because I always got everything." She flinched. "I was angry when I wrote that." "I was," she stopped. "I was wrong." "About which part?" "All of it." She looked down at the avocados in her hands. "You didn't get everything. You earned everything. You worked hard and built a life, and I was just jealous. Bitter. I blamed you for my own failures. I wanted to feel vindicated. Wanted to feel satisfied hearing her admit it. Instead, I just felt tired." "Daniel and I broke up," Lauren continued. 3 months after the wedding. He couldn't stop talking about you. Couldn't stop comparing everything I did to what you would have done. I thought if I just tried harder, if I was perfect, he'd see me. But he never did. I was just the placeholder for what he'd lost." "I'm sorry that happened to you," I said. And surprisingly, I meant it. Not sorry enough to forgive her. But sorry that she'd gotten exactly what she'd wanted and found out it was hollow. "Mom and I don't talk anymore," Lauren said. "She blames me for everything. Says if I hadn't wanted him so badly, none of this would have happened. But it was her idea. Her plan. She wiped her eyes. "I just went along with it because I wanted to be you. I wanted what you had. And I destroyed us both trying to get it." "You didn't destroy me," I said quietly. "You tried. But I'm still here." She looked at me then, really looked at me, and something crumbled in her expression. "I don't know how to fix this. I don't know how to make this right." "You can't fix it. It's not fixable." "Maya, please, I'm not saying that to be cruel. I'm saying it because it's true. What you did, what all of you did, broke something that can't be repaired. And I've spent the last year learning to be okay with that. Learning to build a life that doesn't need your apology or your regret or your explanation." "So you'll never forgive me?" I thought about that. Really thought about it. "I don't know," I said honestly. "Maybe never. Maybe someday. But right now, forgiveness would require me to carry you in my life, and I don't have room for that anymore. I'm too busy carrying myself." Lauren nodded slowly, tears streaming down her face. "I understand. I hope you figure out who you are," I said. "Not who you want to be or who you think you should be. Just who you actually are. Because that's the only way you'll ever be happy." I walked away then. Left her standing in the produce section holding avocados and crying quietly. I didn't look back. In the parking lot, I sat in my car for 10 minutes, hands on the steering wheel, breathing. I'd seen her. Talked to her. Heard her apology. And I was okay. Not happy. Not healed. But okay. That was enough. Now, it's been 18 months since the wedding. 18 months since Daniel smashed cake into my face and served me divorce papers in front of 200 people. I still have moments where I smell buttercream and my throat closes. Still have nightmares where I'm standing at an altar and everyone is laughing. Still have days where the weight of what they did feels unbearable. But I also have good days. Days where I don't think about them at all. Days where I'm just Maya, living in Seattle, designing buildings, drinking coffee, existing in the present instead of the past. I started dating someone new. His name is James. He's a photographer, quiet, patient, nothing like Daniel. On our 3rd date, I told him I was divorced. He said okay and changed the subject. Didn't push for details. Didn't treat me like I was broken. On our 7th date, he asked if I wanted to meet his family. I panicked, full panic attack in his car, hyperventilating, unable to explain why the idea of meeting his mother terrified me. He pulled over. Held my hand. Waited until I could breathe again. "We don't have to," he said simply. "Not until you're ready. Maybe not ever. That's okay too. I'm not in love with him. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But I'm learning to trust him. Learning to let someone close without waiting for the betrayal. That's healing too. My career is thriving. I got promoted 6 months ago, senior architect, leading my own projects. My designs have won awards. I'm building things that will outlast me, creating beauty and function from nothing but vision and math. My father would be proud. Tessa visits twice a year. Brings her girlfriend, brings stories, brings normalcy. She never mentions Daniel or Lauren or my mother unless I bring them up first. She's good like that. I haven't spoken to my mother since the settlement. Haven't reached out. Haven't responded to her occasional emails, short, careful messages that never quite apologize but dance around the edges of regret. Maybe someday I'll be ready for that conversation. Maybe not. Either way is okay. I've learned something important this year: forgiveness is optional. People act like it's required for healing, like you can't move forward unless you absolve the people who hurt you. But that's not true. Some betrayals are meant to be carried, not cured. Some wounds are meant to scar. And that's not weakness or bitterness, it's just reality. My family taught me that love isn't enough. That blood doesn't mean loyalty. That the people who are supposed to protect you can choose to destroy you instead. And I'm learning to be okay with the weight of that knowledge. Last week, I drove past a church with a wedding happening. Bride on the steps, groom beside her, photographer circling. Everyone smiling. I didn't panic. Didn't cry. Didn't feel that crushing weight of memory. I just thought, I hope they're happy. I hope their family loves them. I hope nobody smashes cake in her face. And then I kept driving. That's where I am now. Not healed. Not whole. But alive. Building. Moving forward. Daniel still calls sometimes. Always on significant dates: my birthday, the anniversary of our first date, the anniversary of the wedding. I never answer. The voicemails pile up in my inbox. Apologies and regrets and promises to do better if I just give him another chance. I save them all. Not because I'm considering forgiveness, but because they're evidence. Proof that I survived something terrible and came out the other side changed but not destroyed. Lauren sent a Christmas card last year. Just a generic card, no personal message. It felt like a test. Would I respond? Would I thaw? I didn't. My mother sent flowers on Mother's Day with a card that said, "Wishing you peace. Love, Mom." I donated the flowers to a nursing home and threw away the card. Peace isn't something they can give me. It's something I have to build myself, one day at a time, one small victory at a time. One cupcake. One grocery store encounter. One decision to keep living instead of staying stuck in the worst moment of my life. People ask me sometimes, co-workers, new friends, James when he's feeling brave, if I think I'll ever get married again. I don't know. Maybe. To someone who earns it? To someone who proves over years, not months, that they're capable of choosing me even when it's hard. To someone who understands that my trauma is part of me now, doesn't try to fix it or rush me through it. Maybe. Or maybe not. Maybe I'll build a full, beautiful life without ever standing at another altar. Maybe I'll define family differently now: chosen family, earned family, family that doesn't require blood or vows to be real. Either way is okay. I'm learning that happiness doesn't look like I thought it would. It's not a wedding or a perfect family or a life without pain. It's smaller than that. Quieter. It's coffee on a Sunday morning. It's a building I designed opening to the public. It's James's hand in mine while we watch a movie. It's Tessa's laugh on the phone. It's waking up and choosing to keep going. That's enough. No, it's more than enough. It's everything. They say time heals all wounds. I don't think that's true. Time just teaches you how to live with the wound, how to move around it, how to build a life that includes the scar tissue. My mother destroyed me to give my fiancé to my sister. My fiancé humiliated me at my own wedding. My sister wanted what I had and took it, then discovered it was never what she thought it would be. They all got consequences. They all suffered. They all lost things they can't get back. And I survived. Not unscathed. Not unchanged. But I survived. And I'm learning that survival doesn't have to look like forgiveness or reconciliation or a tidy ending where everyone learns their lesson and moves on. Sometimes survival just looks like this: waking up every day and choosing yourself. Choosing to build something new from the wreckage. Choosing to live fully even when the people who should have loved you chose to destroy you instead. Forgiveness, they say, is for yourself, not for the person who hurt you. But some betrayals are meant to be carried, not cured. My family taught me that. And I'm learning to be okay with the weight.
Story 5.
My husband bought a house, and his family disowned him because he wouldn't give it to his pregnant sister. 2 weeks later, he was dead. My in-laws took my house, shouting, "Our son, our house." At the funeral, beside the grave, I received a message from an unknown number, "I'm alive." I asked, "Who is this?" "I can't say. Just don't trust anyone, including your own family." Then I discovered the truth. I need to tell you something, and I need you to believe me even though it sounds completely insane. My husband died 2 weeks ago. Except he didn't. And the people who killed him, or tried to, are sitting in my living room right now, drinking coffee I made them, accepting condolences from neighbors who have no idea what they've done. Let me back up. 3 months ago, Daniel bought us a house. Not a mansion, not some sprawling estate, just a 3-bedroom Cape Cod with good bones in a neighborhood where kids still rode bikes in the street. We've been saving for 6 years, living in a cramped apartment above a laundromat where the ceiling leaked every time it rained. Daniel worked double shifts as an EMT, and I took every extra freelance writing gig I could find. We ate ramen more nights than I cared to admit. But we did it. We actually did it. The day we got the keys, Daniel lifted me over the threshold even though I told him it was cheesy. He was grinning so wide I thought his face might split. "Our home," he kept saying. "Nobody can take this from us." I should have known those words would come back to haunt us. His family didn't even congratulate us when we told them. His mother, Patricia, just stared at us across her pristine dining table, the one nobody was allowed to eat at except on holidays, and said, "Well, that's certainly a choice." His father, Richard, didn't look up from his phone. But his sister Emma? Emma started crying. Big, theatrical sobs that made her mascara run in black rivers down her cheeks. She was 7 months pregnant at the time, living in their parents' basement with her boyfriend Marcus, who'd been between jobs for the better part of a year. "This is so unfair," she wailed. "We need a house. We're having a baby. How could you be so selfish?" Daniel's jaw tightened. I watched the muscle there jump. We've been saving for years. You knew we were looking. But you have an apartment." She turned to her mother. "Mom, tell him. Tell him he has to give us the house." I waited for Patricia to shut this down. To tell her 32-year-old daughter that the world didn't revolve around her. Instead, she folded her hands on the table and looked at Daniel with those cold blue eyes. "Your sister is starting a family, Daniel. That house would be much more appropriate for her needs. You and Claire can find another apartment easily enough." The air left the room. "Mom." Daniel's voice was barely above a whisper. "Are you serious?" "Completely. It's the right thing to do. Family takes care of family. I am your family." Richard finally looked up. "Don't raise your voice to your mother. Emma needs that house more than you do. You'll do the right thing." The right thing. As if we hadn't worked ourselves to exhaustion. As if our dreams were somehow less valid because Emma got pregnant by a man who couldn't hold a job. Daniel stood up so fast his chair toppled backward. "No." That single word landed like a bomb. Patricia's face went white, then red. "Excuse me?" I said no. "That house is ours. We bought it. We're keeping it." Emma's sobs reached a fever pitch. Marcus put his arm around her, shooting Daniel a look of pure hatred. And Patricia stood up with the kind of cold fury I'd only seen once before, when Daniel's younger brother forgot to come home for Christmas. "Then you are no longer welcome in this family." I actually laughed. I couldn't help it. It was so absurd, so dramatic. But nobody else was laughing. "You're disowning me?" Daniel asked. "Over a house?" "Over your selfishness," Richard said. "Over your complete disregard for your sister's needs." "Yes." We left. What else could we do? Daniel drove home in silence, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. When we got to our apartment, he sat on the couch and stared at the wall for 2 hours. I'd never seen him look so broken. "They'll come around," I told him, even though I wasn't sure I believed it. "Once they cool down, they'll realize how crazy they're being." He just shook his head. "You don't know them like I do." He was right. I didn't. The next few weeks were a nightmare. Patricia and Richard blocked our numbers. Emma posted on social media about toxic siblings and family betrayal, carefully wording everything so people would take her side without knowing the full story. Daniel's extended family started messaging him, aunts, Uncles, cousins he barely knew, all telling him he was wrong, that he needed to make this right. His younger brother Tyler called once. "Dude, just give her the house. It's not worth it." "It's our house, Ty." "Yeah, but. Come on. You know how mom gets. Just make peace." Daniel hung up. Tyler didn't call back. We moved into the new house anyway, tried to make it feel like the fresh start it was supposed to be. I painted the bedroom a soft gray. Daniel installed shelves in the garage for his tools. We talked about putting in a garden next spring, maybe getting a dog. We were building a life. But the silence from his family ate at him. I'd wake up at 3 a.m. and find him sitting in the dark, scrolling through old family photos on his phone. He lost weight. The light in his eyes dimmed. "Maybe we should sell it," I said one night, hating myself for suggesting it. "If it means getting your family back, no." His voice was firm. "They're wrong, Claire. What they're asking is wrong. If I give in now, it'll never stop. There'll always be something else they want, some other way I'm supposed to prove I love them." I knew he was right. But I also knew it was destroying him. Then came the accident. Daniel was driving home from a night shift. It was 6 a.m., barely light out. A delivery truck ran a red light and T-boned his car at 40 miles an hour. The driver said he never saw Daniel coming. The police report said Daniel died instantly. I got the call at 6:47 a.m. I was making coffee. I remember that detail so clearly. The coffee pot was still brewing when the officer arrived at my door, his face professionally sympathetic. I remember thinking the coffee would go to waste. Isn't that stupid? My husband was dead and I was worried about wasting coffee. The funeral arrangements were a blur. Patricia and Richard showed up at my house the day after he died, wearing black like they'd already planned their outfits. Emma was with them, her belly huge now, Marcus lurking behind her like a shadow. "We'll handle everything," Patricia announced, walking past me into my living room, like she owned it. I'm his wife. You're overwhelmed with grief. She sat on my couch, arranging her skirt. "Let family handle this." But they weren't treating me like family. They were treating me like an obstacle. Richard started going through Daniel's papers in the study. I followed him, my body moving on autopilot. "What are you doing?" "Looking for the house deed. And the will." "The will?" He didn't look at me. Daniel wouldn't have cut us out entirely. He was angry, but he loved his family. The thing is, Daniel didn't have a will. We talked about it, we were only 34 and 29, we figured we had time. But I didn't tell Richard that. Something in my gut told me to stay quiet. They stayed for hours, supposedly helping but really just taking inventory of everything we owned. Patricia made comments about the furniture, the appliances, how nice everything was. Emma kept touching things, picking up picture frames, running her fingers along the mantel. "This is a good house," she said quietly. "Perfect for a baby." My stomach dropped. "Emma, no." She looked at me with red-rimmed eyes. "He was my brother. Half of this should be mine anyway, right? Community property or whatever?" "That's not how it works. Daniel and I are married, we're married. This is my house." "Our son's house," Patricia corrected. "He bought it. His money. Our money. We saved together. I'm on the deed." Richard turned around, and the look on his face made my blood run cold. "Are you?" "Yes. Of course I am. We'll see about that." They left shortly after. I locked the door behind them and stood in the hallway, shaking. Then I went to our filing cabinet and pulled out the house documents. My name was on the deed. Right there, next to Daniel's. We'd signed it together, I remembered the notary and everything. But looking at it now, that should have given me relief. Instead, I just felt more afraid. The funeral was 3 days later. I moved through it like a ghost. People kept hugging me, telling me how sorry they were, but I couldn't really hear them. I kept thinking about Richard's words, "We'll see about that." At the cemetery, I stood by the grave as they lowered Daniel's casket into the ground. Patricia was sobbing dramatically, supported by Richard and Tyler. Emma stood apart, one hand on her belly, staring at the casket with an expression I couldn't read. I should have been crying. I should have been devastated. But I felt numb, like I was watching everything happen to someone else. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I almost didn't check it. Who texts someone during a funeral? But something made me pull it out. Unknown number. The message was short, "I'm alive." I stared at the screen. Some sick joke? A wrong number? My fingers moved on their own. Who is this? The response came immediately. I can't say. Just don't trust anyone, including your own family. The phone nearly fell from my hands. I looked up, scanning the crowd of mourners. Everyone was focused on the grave, on the priest's final words. Nobody was looking at their phone except me. I typed back, "This isn't funny. It's not a joke. They tried to kill me. They think they succeeded. You're in danger too." My heart was slamming against my ribs. "Prove you're Daniel." A pause. Then, "Our first date, you wore a blue dress with yellow flowers. You ordered chicken piccata but couldn't finish it because you were too nervous. You kept twisting your napkin. I thought you were the most beautiful person I'd ever seen." The cemetery tilted? Nobody knew that. I'd never told anyone, not even my sister. It was one of those small, private memories that belonged only to us. "How?" I typed. "Not over text. Tonight. The old mill on Riverside Road. Midnight. Come alone and make sure nobody follows you. If this is really you." The coffee was still brewing. "I know because that's what you told the officer when he came to the door. You were thinking about how you'd wasted the coffee. You never told anyone that, Claire. But you told me. Later, when you could finally talk about it. But I'd never talked about it. Not to anyone. Not even to the grief counselor Patricia insisted I see." Which meant either this person had been listening in my house, or, midnight, the message repeated. "Trust no one." The text stopped. I tried to call the number but it went straight to a generic voicemail. I stood there, phone clutched in my shaking hand, while they finished burying my husband. My husband, who might not be dead at all. The reception was at Patricia and Richard's house. I didn't want to go, but saying no would have looked suspicious, and those texts had made me paranoid about everything. So I went, and I smiled, and I accepted casseroles from neighbors and listened to people tell me what a good man Daniel had been. Emma cornered me in the kitchen while I was hiding from Patricia's book club friends. "We need to talk about the house." "Not now, Emma." "Yes, now." Her voice dropped. "I know this is hard, but you can't keep that house. It's too big for you alone, and you can't afford the mortgage without Daniel's income." She was right about that part. Daniel's salary had covered most of our bills. My freelance income was decent but nowhere near enough. "I'll figure it out." "Or," she said, stepping closer, "you could sell it to us. We'll give you a fair price. Your boyfriend hasn't worked in a year. How would you afford it?" Her face flushed. "Mom and Dad would help. It makes sense, Claire. For everyone." "Get out of my way, Emma." She didn't move. "You're being selfish. Just like Daniel was." The slap came out of nowhere. My hand connected with her cheek before I even realized I'd moved. The sound echoed in the suddenly silent kitchen. Emma's hand flew to her face. She stared at me in shock, then her face crumpled and she let out a wail that brought everyone running. "She hit me," Emma sobbed. "She hit me and the baby." I hadn't touched her stomach. I hadn't even hit her that hard. But suddenly I was surrounded by hostile faces, and Patricia was pushing through the crowd with murder in her eyes. "Get out," she hissed. "Get out of my house." I left. I got in my car and drove home, my hands still shaking. When I got there, Richard's car was in my driveway. He was sitting on my porch steps. "We need to talk," he said. "I'm not in the mood." "Too bad." He stood, blocking my path to the door. He was a big man, over 6 feet, and he used his size to intimidate. "That house belongs to our family. Daniel was our son before he was your husband. Everything he owned is ours." "That's not how the law works." "Law?" He smiled, and it was one of the cruelest things I'd ever seen. "You think the law matters? We have lawyers, Claire. Good ones. We'll tie you up in court for years. Prove you coerced Daniel into putting your name on the deed. Prove you're an unfit owner. Prove whatever we need to prove. You can't. We can. And we will. Unless you sign it over willingly. Tonight." He pulled papers from his jacket. Deed transfer documents, already filled out except for my signature. "You're insane. Unpractical. You can't afford that house alone. You can't fight us. Sign the papers, take the small settlement we're offering, and walk away. Or we'll destroy you." I thought about the texts. About Daniel, maybe alive, maybe dead, maybe trying to warn me. About the way Richard's eyes were flat and cold, the way he'd looked at me at the funeral like I was something to be disposed of. I need time to think. You have until tomorrow morning. If those papers aren't signed by 9 a.m., we file the lawsuit. He left the papers on the porch and walked away. I stood there until his taillights disappeared, then I went inside and locked every door, every window. I pulled the curtains closed. I sat on the couch in the dark and waited for midnight. At 11:30, I got in my car. I'd parked it in the garage and left through the back door, cutting through the neighbor's yard to avoid anyone who might be watching the front. I felt ridiculous, like I was in some kind of spy movie, but the fear was real enough. The old mill was 40 minutes away, down roads I hadn't traveled in years. It had been abandoned for decades, a crumbling brick building beside a river that ran black in the moonlight. I pulled into the empty parking lot and killed my engine. Silence. Just the sound of water and wind and my own thundering heartbeat. A flashlight beam swept across my windshield. I nearly screamed. "It's me." The voice was muffled, coming from someone standing in the shadows by the mill entrance. I couldn't see their face. "Step into the light," I called. "Can't. Not yet." "Did anyone follow you?" "No." "You're sure?" "Yes." My voice cracked. "Please, if this is some kind of sick joke." The figure stepped forward, just enough for the moonlight to catch his face. "Daniel." My Daniel, alive and breathing and looking at me with eyes that were hollowed out with fear. I stopped breathing. The world narrowed to just him, just his face, the face I'd seen in a casket 3 days ago. "How?" I whispered. He looked over his shoulder, then gestured urgently. "Inside. Quickly." I followed him into the mill on legs that didn't feel attached to my body. He led me to what must have once been an office, a small room with broken windows and graffiti on the walls. A camping lantern sat on the floor, casting harsh shadows. Daniel looked terrible. Thinner than I'd ever seen him, with dark circles under his eyes and a healing cut across his forehead. "Sit down," he said. "This is going to sound crazy. You're supposed to be dead." My voice came out strangled. "I saw you. In the casket. At the funeral. I watched them bury you." "That wasn't me." "Then who?" "I don't know. Someone roughly my size, made to look like me." The body was in bad enough shape from the accident that a closed casket made sense. He ran his hands through his hair, the gesture so familiar it made my chest ache. "They staged the whole thing, Claire. The accident, the death, all of it." Who would do that?" But I already knew. The certainty settled in my stomach like a stone. "My family," he said. "My parents. Maybe Emma too, I don't know how deep it goes. They wanted me dead because I wouldn't give them the house." It should have sounded insane. It should have been impossible. But after the last few weeks, after the texts and the threats and the cold calculation in Richard's eyes, it made a horrible kind of sense. "Tell me everything," I said. So he did. The accident had been real, or at least, there had really been a collision. But Daniel hadn't been in the car. He'd gotten a call from Tyler at 5:30 that morning, saying their father had had a heart attack and was in the hospital. Daniel had pulled over immediately, planning to turn around and drive to the hospital. But something felt off, he said. Ty sounded weird. Too calm. And Dad's heart is fine, he runs marathons, it didn't make sense. So I called the hospital first to check what room he was in. Let me guess. He wasn't there. Exactly. So I tried to call Tyler back, but he didn't answer. And I started thinking about all the threats, about how far they'd already gone to try to get the house. He shook his head. I drove to a diner instead. I was sitting there, trying to figure out what to do, when I saw the news report about the accident. About my death. They killed someone, I whispered. They killed someone and made it look like you. I think it was Marcus. Emma's boyfriend. He was the same build as me, same general description. I think they offered him something. A way out. Or maybe they threatened him. I don't know. But that body in the casket wasn't random. The room spun. Marcus has been at the house. He was at the funeral. That's impossible. Unless, Daniel's face went pale. Unless there were two of them. Or unless I'm wrong about who it was. Or unless the person at the funeral wasn't Marcus. We stared at each other. They killed someone, I said again, trying to make it real. Your parents are murderers. And they're after the house. Which means they're after you. He grabbed my hands, his grip almost painful. Claire, you can't go back there. You can't sign anything, you can't meet with them alone, you can't. Richard came to the house tonight. He gave me until 9 a.m. tomorrow to sign over the deed or they're suing me. Daniel swore, a rare thing for him. We need to go to the police. And tell them what? That you're alive, you let everyone think you were dead? That your parents killed someone we can't identify? That they want to steal our house? I pulled my hands away. Daniel, they'll think we're insane. Or they'll think you staged your own death and killed someone. There's no evidence. There has to be something. Unless you saw them do it, unless you have proof, it's just a wild story. He slumped against the wall. So what do we do? I thought about Patricia's cold eyes, Richard's threats, Emma's tears that turned on and off like a faucet. I thought about the person in the casket, whoever they were, buried under Daniel's name while my in-laws drank coffee in my living room. We get evidence, I said. And then we bury them. The plan was risky, maybe suicidal, but it was all we had. Daniel would stay hidden, officially dead, while I played the grieving widow. I'd string Richard along, make him think I was going to sign the papers but needed a few days to process. In the meantime, I'd record everything. Every conversation, every threat, every slip of the tongue that might prove what they'd done. They'll get impatient, Daniel warned. They're not subtle people. Good. Impatient people make mistakes. We stayed in that mill for hours, planning, and for the first time since the funeral, I felt something other than numb terror. I felt angry. These people had tried to destroy us, had killed someone, had staged an elaborate death, all for a house. A house. I can't believe they did this over property, I said. Daniel's laugh was bitter. It was never about the house. Not really. It was about control. About me stepping out of line, refusing to do what they wanted. The house was just the excuse. As dawn approached, we finalized the details. I'd go home, act normal, and meet with Richard at 9 a.m. I'd have my phone recording in my pocket. I'd ask questions, try to get him to say something incriminating. Be careful, Daniel said as I prepared to leave. If they even suspect, they won't. I'm just the grieving widow, remember? Lost without my husband. I touched his face, still not quite believing he was real. Stay safe. Stay hidden. You too. I drove home as the sun came up, exhaustion making my eyes burn. But I couldn't rest. I had 3 hours to prepare, to get my story straight, to become the best actress of my life. Richard arrived at exactly 9 a.m. Punctual to the end. I met him at the door, looking appropriately haggard. I'd made sure not to sleep, not to fix my hair, to look like someone at the end of their rope. Richard. Come in. He followed me to the kitchen table, where the deed transfer papers still sat unsigned. He looked at them, then at me, and I saw the calculation in his eyes. He thought he'd won. I've been thinking about your offer, I said slowly. My phone was recording in my pocket. And you're right. I can't afford this place alone. I can't fight you in court. I need to understand something first. What? Why did you hate him so much? Your own son. Richard's expression didn't change. I didn't hate Daniel. I loved him. That's why this was necessary. Necessary? My voice rose naturally, I didn't have to fake the emotion. Killing him was necessary? Killing him? Richard laughed, actually laughed. Is that what you think happened? The accident was an accident. A tragic, terrible accident that took our son from us. But his eyes were flat. Now sign the papers, Claire. This conversation is over. Who was in the car? I pressed. Who did you bury? Daniel. We buried Daniel. You're lying. His hand shot out faster than I expected, grabbing my wrist hard enough to bruise. Sign. The papers. Or what? You'll kill me too? Like you killed whoever was really in that casket? Something flickered across his face. Fear, maybe, or anger. But he recovered quickly. You're hysterical with grief? Not thinking clearly. Perhaps you need to be hospitalized. For your own safety, of course. The threat was clear. Sign or be declared incompetent. Sign or disappear. I reached for the pen with shaking hands, my mind racing. This wasn't working. He was too careful, too controlled. I needed him to break, to admit something, but the back door exploded inward. Police poured into the house, guns drawn, shouting commands. Richard released my wrist and stepped back, confusion replacing the cold calculation on his face. What is this? A detective I didn't recognize stepped forward. Richard Morrison, you're under arrest for conspiracy to commit fraud, coercion, and suspicion of this is absurd. I've done nothing wrong. Sir, step away from Mrs. Morrison. They cuffed him, still protesting, still maintaining his innocence. As they let him out, he shot me a look of pure hatred. You'll regret this, he said. I doubt it. After they left, the detective turned to me. She was middle-aged, with kind eyes that had seen too much. Mrs. Morrison, I'm Detective Sarah Chen. I think you'd better sit down. How did you? Your husband came to see us yesterday. Before the funeral. My legs gave out. I sat hard in the kitchen chair. He's alive? Yes. And he brought us quite a story. She pulled out a chair across from me. Along with evidence. Turns out your brother-in-law Tyler felt guilty. He'd been recording family conversations for weeks, ever since the plan started. Daniel convinced him to turn over the recordings. Tyler was in on it? Under duress. His parents threatened to cut him off financially if he didn't help. He made the phone call that lured your husband away the morning of the accident, but he couldn't go through with the rest. The recordings show everything, the planning, the murder, all of it. Who did they kill? Detective Chen's expression softened. A homeless man named Robert Chen, no relation. He'd been living in a shelter downtown. They paid him $500 to drive your husband's car that morning, told him it was for some kind of insurance fraud. They ran him off the road, made sure the body was damaged enough that identification would be difficult, and then bribed the medical examiner to falsify records. I was going to be sick. The medical examiner confessed this morning in exchange for a reduced sentence. We've arrested your father-in-law and mother-in-law. Your sister-in-law Emma is being questioned now. She paused. Her boyfriend Marcus disappeared 3 days ago. We found his body this morning in the river. Single gunshot wound to the head. They killed him too. We believe Emma did, actually. With her father's gun. She's not talking yet, but we have evidence placing her at the scene. 2 people. They'd murdered 2 people for a house. Where's Daniel? I asked. Safe house for now. Just until we make sure there are no other threats. You'll need to come with us as well, just as a precaution. I let her lead me out to the waiting car, my mind blank with shock. It was over. They tried to kill Daniel, had actually killed 2 innocent people, and it was over. But as we drove away, I looked back at the house, our house, mine and Daniel's, and felt nothing but horror. We'd bought a dream, and it had turned into a nightmare that had consumed everything in its path. 3 weeks later, I stood in that same house, boxes packed around me. The trial was scheduled for 6 months from now. Patricia and Richard had been denied bail, deemed flight risks. Emma was still in custody, pregnant and silent. Tyler had been given immunity for his testimony, but he'd left town immediately after talking to the police. I didn't blame him. Daniel was alive but changed. He'd moved back in with me, but we barely spoke. The weight of what his family had done, what they'd been willing to do, hung between us like a wall. We should sell it, I said one evening, standing in the kitchen where Richard had grabbed me, where police had arrested him. Yeah, Daniel said quietly. We should. We put the house on the market the next day. It sold in a week, to a young couple with a baby on the way. They looked so happy during the walkthrough, talking about nurseries and where to put the Christmas tree. I wondered if we'd ever looked that innocent. The money from the sale went into a trust, untouchable by the lawyers circling my in-laws' case. We rented an apartment across town, small and impersonal and nothing like a dream. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and check my phone, half expecting another text from an unknown number. Sometimes I see Daniel sitting in the dark, staring at nothing, and I know he's thinking about the body in the casket. About Robert Chen, who just needed $500 and got death instead. About Marcus, who'd probably been promised a cut of the house money and ended up in a river. The trial will come. Patricia and Richard will go to prison, probably for life. Emma too, though her lawyer is already building an insanity defense around postpartum psychosis, never mind that she murdered Marcus before giving birth. But here's the thing they don't tell you about surviving something like this: survival isn't the same as living. We're alive, Daniel and I. We're safe. We have each other. But that house, the one we saved for, dreamed about, fought for, it cost us more than money. It cost us the ability to trust family, to feel safe, to believe that people wouldn't kill over something as stupid as property. Last week, I drove past it. The new owners had painted the shutters blue and planted flowers in the garden. Children's toys littered the yard. It looked happy, like a real home. I wondered if they knew what had happened there. If they'd asked about the history. If they cared. Probably not. Most people don't believe that evil lives in ordinary places, that murder can be planned over a dining room table by a woman who volunteers at church and a man who coaches Little League. They don't believe that a pregnant woman could shoot her boyfriend and help throw his body in a river, all for a 3-bedroom Cape Cod in a nice neighborhood. But I believe it. I lived it. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I think about Daniel's text, "Don't trust anyone, including your own family." He meant his family. But sometimes I wonder, in the darkest, most paranoid moments, if he meant mine too. My sister, who'd commented so many times about how nice the house was. My brother, who'd asked if we needed financial help, who'd wanted to know the exact purchase price. I haven't spoken to them since the trial started. Not because I suspect them of anything, but because I can't shake the feeling that I don't really know anyone anymore. That anyone could be capable of anything, given the right motivation. The house taught me that. And some lessons, once learned, can never be forgotten. Daniel just came into the room. He's holding 2 cups of coffee, his peace offering when he doesn't know what else to say. We'll sit in silence, probably, drinking our coffee and not talking about the things that haunt us. But we're alive. Despite everything, we're alive. I just wish that felt like enough. There's a knock at the door. We both freeze. It's 11 p.m., and we're not expecting anyone. Daniel looks at me. I look at him. "I'll check the peephole," I whisper. I walk to the door, my heart pounding. Look through the small glass circle. A woman I don't recognize stands in the hallway. Older, maybe 60s, with gray hair and a kind face. She's holding an envelope. "Yes?" I call through the door. "Claire Morrison? I have something for you. From Robert Chen's sister. She wanted me to give this to you personally." Robert Chen. The homeless man they killed, whose identity they stole, whose death was supposed to be erased. I open the door slightly, chain still latched. "I'm so sorry for your loss," I say. "If there's anything, there is." She hands the envelope through the gap. "She wanted you to know that Robert was a good man. That he had a family once, a life. He wasn't just a nobody. And she wanted to thank you for making sure his death wasn't for nothing." I take the envelope with shaking hands. We didn't. You exposed the people who killed him. You made sure they'll pay for what they did. That's more than anyone else would have done. She smiles sadly. He would have liked you. You remind me of his daughter. She walks away before I can respond. I close the door, lock it, and stand there holding the envelope while Daniel comes up behind me. "What is it?" he asks. I open it. Inside is a single photograph, a man in military uniform, young and smiling, with eyes that crinkle at the corners. On the back, in neat handwriting, Robert Chen, 1968. Before the war, before everything fell apart. He was 54 when he died. He had a name. I start crying, really crying, for the first time since this whole nightmare began. Not for Daniel, not for myself, but for this stranger whose life was worth $500 to my in-laws. For Marcus, who'd probably just wanted to help his pregnant girlfriend. For all the collateral damage in someone else's greed. Daniel holds me while I sob into his chest, and for the first time in weeks, I feel him hold me back just as tightly. "We'll get through this," he whispers. Somehow. I want to believe him. I really do. The trial began on a Tuesday in March, 6 months after the arrests. The courthouse was packed, apparently attempted murder and actual murder of a spouse makes for compelling public interest. News vans lined the street outside, reporters shouting questions we never answered. Patricia and Richard sat at the defense table in matching navy suits, looking more annoyed than afraid. Emma was tried separately due to her pregnancy. She'd given birth to a daughter in custody 2 months earlier. The baby was with foster care, awaiting the outcome. Tyler testified first. He looked like he'd aged a decade in 6 months. His hands shook as he held the microphone. "They told me it was just supposed to scare him," he said, his voice cracking. "Make him think something bad might happen if he didn't give up the house. I swear, I didn't know they were actually going to." His voice broke completely. "What did you know?" the prosecutor asked gently. "I knew about Robert Chen. Dad found him at the shelter, offered him money to drive Daniel's car. Said it was for an insurance scam, that nobody would get hurt. Robert needed the money for a bus ticket to California, wanted to see his sister before." Tyler wiped his eyes. Dad promised him $1,000. He only gave him $500. Patricia's lawyer objected to the characterization. The judge overruled. "When did you realize it was more than a scare tactic?" When I heard the collision on the phone, I called Daniel that morning like Dad told me to, kept him on the line so they'd know exactly where he was. But then I heard the crash through Daniel's phone, and I heard Dad in the background saying, "Is he down?" And I knew. Tyler looked at his parents for the first time. "I knew what you'd done." Patricia stared straight ahead. Richard's jaw tightened, but neither of them showed any other reaction. The recordings Tyler had made were played next. Hours of them, conversations from family dinners and phone calls, Patricia and Richard's voices crystal clear. "If he won't give Emma the house, we'll have to take more drastic measures." What kind of measures? The kind that remove him from the equation entirely? Life insurance pays double for accidental death. "You're talking about killing our son." "I'm talking about doing what's necessary for this family." Daniel made his choice. The courtroom went silent except for the recording. I watched the jury's faces change, watched horror and disgust replace their neutral expressions. Detective Chen testified about the investigation, about finding Marcus's body, about the medical examiner who'd falsified Daniel's death certificate for $10,000. She described Emma's apartment, where they'd found Richard's gun, the one registered in his name, the one with Marcus's blood on the grip. Miss Morrison claimed she didn't know how it got there, Detective Chen said. But her fingerprints were on the trigger. Emma's trial would come later, but this testimony was allowed to establish the family's pattern of violence. Then it was my turn. Walking to the witness stand felt like walking to my own execution. Patricia's eyes followed me, cold and calculating even now. I'd testified at preliminary hearings, but this was different. This was the main event, with cameras and reporters and the weight of justice hanging in the balance. "Mrs. Morrison," the prosecutor began, "can you describe your relationship with the defendants before your husband purchased the house?" I took a breath. "They were difficult but not violent." Patricia liked to control everything: family dinners, holidays, who was invited, what we talked about. Richard backed her up on everything. Daniel tried to maintain boundaries, but it was exhausting. "And after you purchased the house?" "They demanded we give it to Emma. When Daniel refused, they disowned him. Cut off all contact, turned the extended family against us." Daniel was devastated. "Did they ever threaten you directly?" "Richard came to my house the day after the funeral. He said they'd destroy me in court if I didn't sign over the deed. He physically grabbed me. I touched my wrist unconsciously, where the bruises had long since faded. He made it clear this wasn't a request." Patricia's lawyer tried to paint me as an unreliable narrator, someone so grief-stricken I couldn't distinguish reality from paranoia. But the recording I'd made that morning, the one where Richard grabbed me, where his voice turned threatening, demolished that defense. "Who was in the car?" I heard myself ask on the recording. "Daniel." "We buried Daniel," Richard's voice responded. "You're lying." The lawyer tried to claim it was taken out of context. The prosecutor simply played more, including Richard's threat to have me hospitalized if I didn't sign. The defense's strategy became clear quickly: argue that Patricia and Richard had only wanted the house for Emma, that Tyler had misunderstood their intentions, that someone else must have orchestrated the actual murders. They painted themselves as grieving parents whose words had been twisted, whose son's death was a tragedy they'd had nothing to do with. It might have worked if not for the money trail. The prosecution's forensic accountant testified about the payments, $10,000 to the medical examiner, deposited in 2 installments from an account Patricia controlled. $500 in cash withdrawn the day Robert Chen died. A $50,000 life insurance policy on Daniel that Richard had taken out 6 weeks before the accident, one Daniel hadn't known about. "Isn't it common for parents to have life insurance on their adult children?" the defense attorney asked. "Not without the child's knowledge," the accountant replied. "And not with the parents as the sole beneficiaries when the child is married." But the most damning evidence came from an unexpected source: Emma herself. 3 weeks into the trial, she made a deal. Full testimony against her parents in exchange for a reduced sentence. Her lawyer claimed she'd been coerced, controlled, manipulated by Patricia and Richard her entire life. That she'd committed murder under duress. I didn't care about her excuses. I just wanted to hear the truth. Emma took the stand looking small and young, despite being 32. She kept her eyes down, her voice barely above a whisper. "My mother called me the week before it happened," she said. "Told me Daniel needed to have an accident. That it was the only way to make things right, to give my baby the home she deserved." "And you agreed?" I didn't think she was serious. Not at first. But then Dad started planning, and Tyler was involved, and it became real. Her voice shook. "Mom said Daniel had turned his back on family. That he deserved what was coming. What about Marcus? Emma's face crumpled. Marcus figured it out. After the funeral, he heard Mom and Dad talking about the life insurance, about selling the house once they got it from Claire. He threatened to go to the police if they didn't cut him in for half. So you killed him? Dad told me I had to. That Marcus would destroy everything, that I'd go to prison and lose my baby. He gave me the gun, drove me to where Marcus was staying, told me exactly what to do. She finally looked up, tears streaming down her face. I didn't want to. I swear I didn't want to. But they said it was him or me, and I chose me. The courtroom erupted. The judge called for order, but the damage was done. Emma had just confessed to murder while implicating her parents as accessories. Patricia finally showed emotion. She stood up, pointing at Emma with a shaking hand. You ungrateful, lying. Mrs. Morrison, sit down. She's making this up. We never told her to kill anyone. She did this on her own, she's always been unstable. Security removed her from the courtroom while she screamed about betrayal and lies and ungrateful children. Richard sat motionless, staring at the table, his world crumbling around him. The trial lasted another 3 weeks, but after Emma's testimony, the outcome was inevitable. Richard Morrison, guilty on all counts. First-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, insurance fraud, coercion. Life in prison without possibility of parole. Patricia Morrison, guilty on all counts. Same sentence. Emma Morrison, guilty of second-degree murder of Marcus, conspiracy to commit murder of Robert Chen. 25 years, eligible for parole in 15. I felt nothing when the verdicts were read. No satisfaction, no relief, just a hollow emptiness where emotions should have been. Daniel reached for my hand. I let him take it. Outside the courthouse, reporters swarmed us. Microphones thrust in our faces, questions shouted over each other. How does it feel to know your in-laws tried to kill you? Will you sue the family for damages? Do you think the sentences were fair? Detective Chen appeared like magic, creating a barrier between us and the press. No comment. Give them space. She walked us to our car, her presence enough to keep the reporters at bay. What happens now? I asked her. Now you try to move on. Build a life. Be happy. She smiled sadly. I know it doesn't feel possible right now, but it is. I've seen people come back from worse. I wanted to believe her. But as we drove away from the courthouse, past the news vans and the curious onlookers, I couldn't imagine what happiness would even look like anymore. 2 years later, I'm sitting in a different kitchen, in a different state, drinking coffee and watching the sun rise over mountains instead of suburban rooftops. Daniel is making breakfast, humming something off-key. We moved to Colorado 6 months after the trial ended, changed our phone numbers, deleted our social media. We're trying to be normal, whatever that means. Some days are easier than others. We don't talk about the house anymore. We don't talk about his family, they're just them now, unnamed presences we've tried to forget. Patricia and Richard are in separate maximum security prisons. Emma is in a women's correctional facility, reportedly a model prisoner. Her daughter was adopted by a couple in Ohio. We don't know anything more than that, and we don't want to. Tyler reached out once, about a year ago. A handwritten letter forwarded through our lawyer. He said he was sorry, that he'd moved to Seattle and changed his name, that he hoped we could forgive him someday. Daniel burned the letter without responding. I think about Robert Chen sometimes. Wonder what California looked like in his memories, if his sister is okay, if she thinks about him the way I sometimes do, as a stranger who became part of my story whether either of us wanted it. We put his photograph on our mantle. The one his sister gave me. It's the only picture we display in our whole house. When people ask who it is, we say he's a friend we lost. It's not exactly a lie. Last month, we started talking about adopting a dog. A rescue, something that needs a second chance like we do. We visited the shelter last week and met a 3-legged pit bull named Charlie who'd been abandoned by his previous owners. He looked at us with these hopeful eyes, like he was afraid we'd leave him too. We're picking him up tomorrow. Daniel sets a plate of eggs in front of me, kisses the top of my head. You okay? Yeah, I say. And I mean it, mostly. I'm okay. The nightmares are less frequent now. The paranoia is manageable. We're learning to trust again, slowly, carefully. We're learning that not everyone wants something from us, that family can be chosen, that home is wherever we make it. But some things stay with you. I still check my phone for messages from unknown numbers. Still look over my shoulder in parking lots. Still can't walk past a cemetery without my chest tightening, remembering standing at an empty grave while the person I loved sent me texts from hiding. I love you, Daniel says quietly, sitting across from me with his own coffee. I love you too. And we do. Despite everything, maybe because of everything, we love each other in a way that goes deeper than romance or passion. We're survivors of the same war, bound together by trauma and resilience and the choice we make every day to keep going. The house is long gone, sold and resold and living its life without us. The people who destroyed everything for it are behind bars. The dead are buried and mourned and, I hope, at peace. We're building something new. Something that doesn't look like the dream we had before, but might be better for being real instead of idealized. My phone buzzes. I tense automatically, that old fear spiking before I can stop it. But it's just a reminder, that appointment for Charlie, 10 a.m. tomorrow. Daniel notices my reaction, reaches across the table. You're safe. We're safe. I believe him. Most days, I believe him. The sun clears the mountain peaks, flooding our kitchen with golden light. In the distance, I can hear someone's dog barking, a car starting, the ordinary sounds of ordinary people living ordinary lives. We're ordinary now too. Or trying to be. And that, after everything, feels like the greatest victory of all. The house almost destroyed us. The people we trusted almost killed us. But we're still here, still breathing, still fighting to find joy in a world that showed us its cruelest face. Some stories end with justice. Some end with revenge. Some end with closure. Ours ends with coffee in a kitchen full of morning light, and the knowledge that we survived the unsurvivable. That has to be enough. Because it's all we have, and it's ours, and nobody, not Patricia, not Richard, not Emma, not anyone, can take it away. The doorbell rings. We both freeze, that old instinct never quite gone. Then Daniel laughs, shaky but genuine. It's just the mailman. I'm expecting a package. Right. Of course. He gets up to answer the door. I stay at the table, holding my coffee cup, feeling the warmth seep into my palms. We're okay. We're going to be okay. And if some nights I still wake up checking my phone, still half expecting a message from beyond the grave, still hearing Richard's voice threatening to destroy me, well, that's the price of survival. I'll pay it gladly. Because the alternative was losing Daniel forever. The alternative was signing over everything we'd worked for, letting evil win, spending the rest of my life wondering what happened to the man I loved. Instead, he's in the hallway opening a package, calling out that the new dog bed arrived early. Instead, we're planning our future, cautiously hopeful, learning to trust the ground beneath our feet. The house wanted to own us. In the end, we owned ourselves. And that's the only home that matters.